We have a lot of folks on the other side of the internet because we live stream this, so I'm waiting there as the closed captions are catching up with me. I'm glad that you all decided to come into D.C. We're happy to have you, and we're very happy that you have an interest in what we do with the FCC in terms of making infrastructure available to everybody across the country. A couple of logistics for folks in the room, and then if you would put your cell phones on mute so that they don't go off during the presentations. We'd very much appreciate that. For folks that are on the webinar, if you're having trouble seeing the webinar or losing sound, our stock suggestion to try first is to refresh your connection. If that doesn't work, then try a different browser. Some folks yesterday were having some issues with Firefox, but it worked very well with Chrome and vice versa. So it's a combination of whatever's going to work for you. So that works. What we'd like to do first is introduce the Wireless Telecommunications Bureau Chief, John Williams, and we'll turn it over to you to say your opening remarks.
So you can use the mic. Huh?
Yes, please.
All right. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Welcome, those in the room, those on the web. Thanks for joining us for our annual workshop on FCC environmental and historic preservation review processes. Many of you, both here in the room and on the web, also were with us yesterday. So yesterday we co-hosted a session with NTOA, heard a lot from local government officials, industry, and painted a very vibrant picture of the power and the importance of DAS and small cell installations for the future of the wireless industry. And so today's workshop, we're going to dig even deeper into some of the nuts and bolts. But even as we dig deeper, we're always going to come back to one just critically important central theme. Chairman Wheeler talked about it yesterday. Commissioner O'Reilly talked about it. And that is what we're really trying to accomplish here is to ensure that the United States wins in the 5G wireless future. And this is as big of a deal for not just the wireless industry in the U.S., but really the whole U.S. economy. The uses, the economic value, the value to businesses and consumers that 5G will enable is just a huge deal. And wireless infrastructure is an essential element, probably even the essential element, because whatever else is true, if you don't have the infrastructure to support the services, nothing else is going to happen. So infrastructure is really the critical piece for rolling out 5G and delivering these very important benefits to all Americans. Now, one other thing that stands out about 5G in general and really the infrastructure issues in particular is that, I don't know, for those of you that follow the FCC and other areas, this is not a place known for consensus and unanimity on important issues. There's a lot of real debates that we have. The commissioners have very strong views on different things. But on this issue, it is unanimous. Policymakers of all stripes, all political persuasions, all agree that the fundamental importance of getting infrastructure right, making sure that we get the balance between protecting all the important values that are at stake in infrastructure issues, but that we also allow infrastructure to be built and move along quickly is just a critical public policy goal for the U.S. government. And reflecting that unanimity, the Commission has spoken with a very clear voice. So in October of 2014, the Commission adopted rules bringing new efficiencies, new streamlining to wireless infrastructure deployment. In that same order, the Commission directed the Wireless Bureau here at the Commission to press even farther, even faster, also continuing to fulfill all the obligations that we have, that we share with you to be responsible stewards of environmental, historic, and cultural resources, but to also make sure that things move along quickly. And we've taken that to heart. We've been working very closely with all of our partners in the preservation area. So tribal nations, the Advisory Council on Historic Preservation, National Conference of State Historic Preservation Officers, to work on those nuts and bolts. So to revise the Section 106 review process in situations where a project does not have potential to cause adverse effects. And also, as Chairman Wheeler mentioned yesterday, based on all that input, we are going to very soon release a public notice spelling out in more detail proposed new exclusions for small facility installations like DAS and small cell systems. And these exclusions, if and when ultimately adopted, we think will continue to mark real improvements in the Section 106 review process, in that they will allow small deployments onto existing structures like bridges, buildings, water towers, without any or very light federal review. And we firmly intend to move this forward. And again, Chairman Wheeler, Commissioner O'Reilly, the full commission is very clear that they want the Ryle Bureau to move forward in this area. Now, one other related topic. Today we're going to focus more on DAS and small cell. If we had to pick one, that's the top priority. But the related issue that we're also actively working on of non-compliant macro cell towers, or the traditional large towers, also some controversy there, certainly some issues to work through, but we're committed to that one too, and really at the end of the day, no one disputes that you're better off co-locating on an existing tower than building a whole new one, so that one we're going to be working on too. All right, so let me just, before I hand it back over to Steve, thought it'd be helpful just for the rest of the discussion today, for all of the activity going forward, just to summarize how, at least at the Wireless Bureau, we're going to approach these issues, what are our big four policy principles. So first, at the risk of really reiterating it too many times, we are laser focused on the 5G priority, on the role of infrastructure in enabling the future of 5G. Public sector processes, especially those that involve collaboration between different agencies and at different levels of government, sometimes struggle to deal with order of magnitude increases in volume and activity. That is what we're talking about here. Traditional large communication towers, you're talking tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands a year in a busy year. I don't think anyone knows exactly what's going to happen with 5G, but just given the small size of the cells that we're talking about, we're talking millions or tens of millions of these installations. Now, they're different. They're not all going to be 200-plus foot towers, but there's going to be a lot more of this activity going on, and finding ways to get the balance right, but to keep processes moving quickly is critical to 5G, and it's our top priority. Second, where there's a relative choice, it's better to encourage DAS, small cells. Technology continues to enable smaller and smaller packages. The ability to support these advanced services with technology that 20 years ago would have seemed, science fiction level, like is always true in these technology issues, is a huge opportunity, and so that's one of the ways that we think we can get the balance right. Wireless providers, more and more, need very, very small footprints to deliver what they need to do, and we want to encourage that because we actually think that will help a lot get the balance right. Third, relatedly, wherever possible, let's co-locate instead of doing new builds. And it goes with the second principle. It's smaller infrastructure, therefore co-location will be more viable more of the time, and again, that will help get the balance right. But then finally, unequivocally, this has to be a partnership. The role that preservation officials, the point of public sector processes is to get these balances right. We're very committed to the collaborative process, and I think that the turnout today and all the involvement that we've had working on this proceeding, is a good sign that we've got the right level of collaboration with all of our partners. So with that, I'll hand it back over to Steve. Looking forward to another good day. Yesterday we had a great discussion. Looking forward to more today. And thank you all for being here.
Thank you very much. Okay. Before we start our first panel, in addition to having some remarks from John, I also wanted to introduce to you some of the folks that are in the audience that are part of the FCC infrastructure team. You all know me, the FPO, some of the other folks are in the room, but I wanted to also introduce Chad Breckenridge, who's over on the side, who works directly for John, and he's an assistant bureau chief in the Wireless Telecommunications Bureau. So he's deeply involved almost on a daily basis with the things that we do, I guess, as the FCC staff. So he's an important part of the things that we do with the FCC. Also, some of you may have met Jill Springer. Just raise your hands. Jill is the Deputy Federal Preservation Officer, so she and I work closely together. And if you can't reach one or the other of us, we sort of are interchangeable because we both think alike, mostly. Sitting next to her is Erica Rosenberg, who is an associate division chief. Whatever. We've been going back and forth about assistants and associates. Anyway, she is in the Wireless Bureau. She's an attorney whose focus is primarily on the NEPA aspect of environmental compliance. Sitting next to her is Joelle, and she's a biologist. And Joelle's been with us for a few years, and she does endangered species and works with Fish and Wildlife Service to move projects forward. I also want to introduce one of the attorneys who's working on the DAS small cell project. Bill Stafford is over behind Chad. And then Mara DeLoe, who is sitting at the registration table. And if you haven't registered, make sure you see her before the day is out so we can have an accurate count. And we also use that as the mailing list for next year's presentation, because we've been doing this every year and there's no reason why we won't be doing it again, because topics keep on coming up. And Myra's been becoming more and more involved in some of the actual work that Jill and I do. I've asked her, for instance, to go through the E106 system and look at the Form 621s. Those are the collocation forms, because we get lots of those, to highlight any that Jill and I need to take a look at. So she's been a great deal of help for both of us. Then we also have Jim Schwartz, who's helping us keep track of some of our stuff. And then a lot of you know Cecilia Scholoff, who's our press liaison, and actually does a lot of the legwork to make sure these kinds of things happen in a way that seems nice and smooth to you all. So she's been a big help for this. We also, they're not in the room that I see, we have a number of attorneys that are working on infrastructure items, and this has been an increase over the past year or two because we're very, very busy. As John said, you don't get communications unless we do our work. So there's Dan Beta, who a lot of you know, Don Johnson, who a lot of you know. I think they're retired from yesterday. Greg Vadas, who joined us a few months ago, is also another attorney. Manya Baghdadi, who's been with us for a couple of years, does a lot of infrastructure work as well. And then Juan Kim, who's an attorney in the Wireless Bureau, is also doing a lot of work on some old projects and some on MOAs. So it's a much larger team than we had a few years ago, when basically it was Don and myself and Frank Stillwell, if some of you go back that far, and then Jeff Steinberg couldn't be with us today because he's at a training program learning more about the NEPA process. So that's our infrastructure team, and I'd like to think it's a very effective working relationship for all of us. With that, what we wanted to do is talk about a number of things that are on your agendas. There's more agendas over on the table if you haven't gotten one. With this first session, on the tower siting issue with Claire DiNardo, it occurred to a number of us as we were going through our work the past year or so, is that while we know a lot about the NEPA and the Section 106 and Endangered Species Act in terms of tower siting, a mystery to tower siting to us at the FCC, at least our part of the FCC, is how the sites are chosen. How do you get there? They don't just sort of mysteriously appear as a ready tower site. So that's one of the things that we wanted to explore. And so I'm glad that you were able to join us. One of the things that I like to do in terms of doing these presentations is, as we're going through it, sort of find a natural stopping point if you have questions. And Myra and Jim both have microphones, so it's very important crucial, and we may even disallow your question if you don't do it this way. Because we're live streaming this, it's important that you hold the microphone, have the microphone, hold it close to your mouth, as Jim reminded me I need to do, so that the people on their computers can hear what your question is and also hear our responses. So it's real important to always do that, and they'll bring them around to you. So we'll try and see how that works with our first panel. And are there any questions on logistics? Where the bathrooms are, how to do coffee and those kinds of things? And the folks that are on the webinar will be able to ask questions through the live questions at fcc.gov. Okay, and then we have folks getting ready to pass those over to us as they come in. Okay, with that, let's get started. And you want to pull one of the microphones close to you? You can introduce yourself again.
Okay. Okay. My name is Claire DiNardo. I'm a site acquisition specialist. I've been working in the wireless communications industry for the last 23 years, and I've been involved with facilitating the development of new communication facility sites, about 1,000 of them, in the Mid-Atlantic area, primarily the state of New Jersey, state of Delaware, state of Pennsylvania, and northern Maryland. Okay. So Steve asked me to talk about the process, how we come about a location of a site, as he mentions earlier. It doesn't begin with us. It generally begins with a system performance engineer and a radio frequency engineer. They look at their networks on a daily basis, on sometimes an hourly basis, depending on what's happening within their network. And while they're studying the system and identifying how well it's functioning, they also identify areas within their geographical boundary where there is a problem. So if they come about an area of technical need, unreliable coverage, not enough capacity, they highlight that area. And they identify what is known throughout the industry as a search area request form. And that search area request form contains technical data, such as we would need a new facility to fix the particular problem at hand within this specific geographical boundary, and the antenna height would have to be this high or this low. It's a different type of search area form if we are talking about small cells versus DAS. I'll confine my description to the traditional macro cell environment, but we can also talk about the others if you'd like. The process is the same, but the forms and the ultimate outcome obviously is very different. But the end result is to provide coverage or to fix a technical problem in an area where service is currently unreliable. So they take that search area request form and they give it to a site acquisition consultant like me. And we look at the area. The first thing that we do is go out to the geographical area and canvass the whole community within that area. We get very familiar with the territory. We look at the primary uses. We look at the topography. We get a sense of if there are any existing structures that can be used to satisfy that technical need. If there are not, if there's anything environmentally sensitive about the area, if there's anything historically sensitive about the area, all those things come out in your initial visual inspection of the area in question. The next thing we do is we collect data and resource material on that community. The more we understand about the community, the better we can do our jobs to service it properly. One of the things I tell any of the people that I train is that you will never be disappointed that you know too much about the area that you're trying to service. But you will be severely disappointed if you find out that you don't know enough about the area and something comes up in the middle of the process that you as the site acquisition consultant should have known about in the first 2 weeks of receiving the project. I know the jobs that many of you do here are served much better if your site acquisition consultant does more of that due diligence up front and understands more about the area of concern than less. So that data, for any of you who aren't sure what the list is, can be things such as tax map, tax parcel ID maps, owner's index information, zoning district boundaries maps, communication ordinances, or if there is the absence of a communications ordinance in the local jurisdiction, their basic land use or zoning ordinance is always necessary. Other things such as soil delineation maps, aerial maps, everything that you can get your hands on that helps you to understand that area better is important. In certain locations, we also are looking for environmentally sensitive areas such as wetlands or floodplains. We don't have that in all search areas, but when you canvass the area, physically canvass the area, that will tell you what you need to look for. If you know you're in an historic district, you see an historic resource, you're downtown from one, or even if you're not in one, but you know you'll be within the view shed of one, you know you need to go get those historic district boundary maps. So all of that data is very critical. Then we take everything back to the office, and we deduct everything. We put together the comparison between what we learned in the field when we went out to physically investigate the area and everything that we collected in the data and the resource side of things. We put them together, and we begin to come up with viable candidates. We're now looking at what the radio frequency engineer said he needs to satisfy the area. We're also comparing all of the jurisdictional codes. Sometimes there's more than one. A lot of times there's more than one. If you've worked in the state of New Jersey, you're familiar with the New Jersey Pinelands Commission. They have jurisdiction over 1 million acres in the state of New Jersey. So there are 565 municipalities in New Jersey. 50 of them are within the Pinelands management area. So now you're looking at 2 different sets of codes that have to be complied with. All of that information has to be compared before you put together your list of possible candidate options. Now, this is long before we even do things such as Phase 1 environmental assessments or NEPA reports. This is just getting an understanding of what are the basic parameters of the area and what possible properties are available that could be considered possible candidates. When we're all done with that, sometimes we come up with one option. Sometimes we have existing structures. Sometimes we have none. Sometimes we have 6 viable candidates. Sometimes we have more than one existing structure. So now we rank them in order of viability in their own right. Maybe we have 2 existing structures. Is one of them structurally challenged? Is one of them obstructed by something else that would be a problem? Is it located on an environmentally sensitive property where we would have a hard time putting base station equipment and still comply with all the environmental requirements? That would make one existing structure rank higher than the other. In some cases, your evaluation will discount a candidate altogether because of information you learn within the first few weeks of obtaining the project. So we take all that information, we put together the report, we come up with a list of properties for the project that we believe would satisfy the technical need, and to the best of what we know at that time, all of the codes and governmental agency requirements that would enable us to build a facility. The end game is obviously to provide a site that can be leased, approved by all governmental agencies, and put into place so that it will function properly for the wireless communication companies. That report goes back to the radio frequency engineer, and he or she ranks the candidates in order of how they fit into the search area request form that engineer issued from the first day. They rank them 1 through 5, 1 through 3, 1 through 6. And we begin to approach the property owners in that order. Once a property owner is identified, if we solicit interest and they're interested, then we begin to move forward with leasing and site design. Now, I skipped a lot of possible challenges in between that. There are a few challenges. I mentioned that sometimes we have two competing codes. And the challenge from that perspective can be, I'll use one example. You can have a jurisdiction that has a specific setback requirement that no development can be proposed within a certain setback of a roadway. And you may have, depending on the size of the search area, which if you're in a city, it might be a 2-block radius. If you're in a rural area, it's much smaller now than it was 20 years ago, but you might have something that's 1,000 feet long by 1,500 feet wide, something like that. If you have something such as an environmentally sensitive area, even that larger search area that I mentioned will probably have most properties encumbered by that environmentally restrictive resource from a development standpoint. So meeting the setback from the roadway is maybe possible from all the properties in the search area. But maybe that wetland in the back of all the properties is an exceptional resource and requires a 150-foot buffer from the state code. So now that pushes your development forward in closer to the road if you can't meet all of those setbacks. So then your challenge is to say, well, if I can't meet all of the required codes for any of the properties, then which one of the property will be the least of the worst, if that makes sense. So where can I go where I can meet all the requirements and have the least adverse impact to all of the requirements? And sometimes you have one, sometimes you have more than one. Narrows down the process a bit. Sometimes it's very, very difficult. One of the other challenges is, and this may sound unusual, but it happens, you can't find a willing property owner who's interested in a site. And some people may say, well, why wouldn't they be interested in accepting a revenue for a use on their property that doesn't adversely impact their primary use if they can generate a revenue stream from something and enhance their own communications? The most common answer to that is areas in transition. So you'll see areas that are being rezoned in a master plan. They're going from a lower use to a higher use, and now all of a sudden a property is worth more to a potential developer than it ever was in the history of the time that the current owner owned it. That owner doesn't want to encumber the property with a long-term lease. Wireless carriers require 20-year leases. Once a site gets put in place, all of the surrounding sites rely on that location. Can't take it out of service, otherwise the puzzle pieces of the grid of the network will collapse in that area. So the wireless carriers are looking for a commitment from a property owner who's willing to be a partner with them for a very long time. 20 years, if you classify that as a very long time. Certainly not something that a person who is interested in selling something in the next 3 to 5 years may want to encumber their property with. We see this also with farmers in rural communities that are being developed for residential subdivisions. Once that move comes into the area, the wireless carriers understand that they're going to have a huge capacity demand in an area where they had none in the past. So now they know that they need to provide the coverage for that new demand. The farmers want to make sure that they may be able to, if they're looking to sell either part of their farm or all of their farm, that they're not encumbering their property from that sale. So they are examples of areas in transition of where you may have a difficult time finding a willing property owner. Another difficult area, again, is conservation zones. Speaking of farmland, there's a lot of farmland preservation parcels out there now. Farmers are able to help them survive by preserving a great portion of their properties. They receive tax credits for that. It keeps their farms alive. But in doing so, they restrict their properties from specific types of development. Wireless communication facilities are often one of those types of uses that cannot be developed on some of those farm-restricted properties. Wildlife conservation areas, any kind of conservation area. And you may say to yourself, well, if we're in an area where there isn't going to be any development and we have an endangered species, then it kind of sounds like we're not going, the bog turtle doesn't have a cell phone. So why are we trying to cover that area? But to a great extent, many of the places where we vacation, in the mountains, lakefront resorts, the beaches, they are areas where sensitive wildlife also reside. Bodies of water also comes with areas of sensitive resource value for us environmentally. We still need to provide wireless communication services there. 40% of the population has no landline in this country. They're going on vacation too. So when large groups of people collect in various places, including vacation areas, the wireless communication providers are required to provide service to those areas. So they are three examples of some challenges that a site acquisition specialist confronts when trying to come up with viable candidates, and also working with the radio frequency engineer that sees none of this, right? Radio frequency engineers, they don't see ordinances, they don't see jurisdictional boundaries, they don't see bog turtles, they don't see wetlands. All they understand is how they can provide a certain level of signal strength into a particular geographical area to provide signal. So we have to work together, and it's a hand-in-hand effort. Once we come up with those, once we pass those challenges, then we begin the really difficult due diligence processes of really getting down to the understanding of the specific property. So now we'll say everything's on the table. We found the perfect candidate. We have access to it. We can build it. We have availability for utilities. It meets all or most of the codes. It's the least adverse impact. It's the best of the worst in some cases. We've got a site. The radio frequency engineer likes it. The zoning attorney likes it. We're ready to go. And now we start trying to understand the specifics of the property. We're running title reports. We're doing phase 1 environmental assessment reports. We're doing our real hardcore NEPA reports and everything else that we did on a very high level, cursory level. Now, obviously, if we saw something earlier in the process that gave us a red flag on any one of those fronts, we would have ordered those things much earlier in the process. But absent any obvious red flags, we don't do it until we've identified a site that we feel meets all of the criteria. Otherwise, you're doing all that work for 5 candidates, and it's a waste of everyone's time and energy when you're only going to focus ultimately on one. So we begin to do all of that work, and we don't sign leases until a great deal of that is complete. We don't want to have a signed lease and find out that there's a part of the parcel that is more that has a title restriction, an easement that we can't use. And we don't want to find out that we've got something coming up on an environmental site assessment that we didn't know about. So we do all of this stuff in parallel. Once we complete all of those due diligence items, then we execute a lease with the property owner, and we move forward with the governmental agency approvals that we haven't started earlier on in the process. And generally that begins with the local level zoning process, or if there's another agency that needs to see the application first before we get to the local level, obviously we would appear before that jurisdiction first. When we, since approximately 2012, or I guess the Middle Class Tax Relief Act drove most of this, but we now have legislation that assists us through the zoning process when we are able to co-locate on an existing structure. The carriers, in my experience, have always wanted to co-locate on an existing structure for many obvious reasons, whether it be cost, impact to the communities that they're trying to serve, many reasons that the carriers look to place antennas on existing structures first. That's not always possible. But even in the past, for existing structures, a fairly rigorous zoning process was required the same way it would be if you were building a new structure. Unless the jurisdiction has a wireless communications ordinance in their town, then every new site is a use variance. So even if you're hanging antennas on an existing tower or on a rooftop, you are a use variance. So you'd be in town hall meetings until 1, 2 o'clock in the morning just to place antennas on an existing tower. Fortunately, over these years, we and the towns have decided that clogs up the process. That if we are able to use an existing structure for all the reasons outlined in all the FCC guidelines and many of the local jurisdiction ordinances, and you're not substantially changing the structure, then we are able to proceed without zoning hearing board processes to obtain approvals on the local levels and go right to working with the zoning officer to obtain a zoning permit and then right to a building permit. It doesn't change anything from the regulatory standpoint, doesn't affect anything from an FAA standpoint. If the structure is raised and has to go back through an FAA filing process, none of that changes. But taking off the zoning hearing board presentation process can save between 6 months and a year from the process. So to the communication carriers, that's substantial for us. So that new legislation has meant a lot to us, and we feel as though it's been a very big positive improvement. We know that it took a lot of time and a lot of effort on a lot of people's part, but it made a lot of sense to us, and now that it's in place, it's been very helpful. Once we get through the zoning process and all the other governmental agency process, then we begin to construct. And depending on the type of site, the construction can be anywhere from 4 to 8 to 12 weeks, and then the site can be integrated and it becomes part of the overall network within the system. And essentially that's the process for what we know of as a traditional macro cell system. As I mentioned, the process for individual small cells is very similar, but the search area form or target area is much, much smaller. It may be confined simply to a shopping center instead of a quarter-mile radius or rectangular square. And generally, those small cells are on private properties, but when we are talking about outdoor distributed antenna systems, then a great deal of that exists within municipal right-of-way areas and introduces a whole other layer of site acquisition requirements from the perspective of municipal consent agreements and pole attachment agreements and other things that we don't enter into when we're talking about individual small cells, traditional macro cells, or even in-building distributed antenna systems where we're trying to provide adequate coverage within, for example, a sports stadium. But I can talk about that or answer any questions about any of those items that anyone may have in addition to any of the items that I covered.
Before we continue, come close to the mic. Before we continue, are there any questions for Claire? We have up front. Wait for the microphone. I found that while you're getting the mic, I found it interesting, and I think we forget a lot of times that a cell tower doesn't exist in isolation. is part of a network. And so the engineering and the work that Claire does is very important. And I do have one question. How long does the process you do for an individual site generally take as an average?
Yeah, it's very difficult. I can tell you I've done them in 6 months, and I have one that took 17 years. So if everything is going smoothly, I would say the average is probably a year from beginning to end. If there's no zoning involved, as I mentioned, if there's no zoning hearing processes involved, then you can shave up to 6 months off the process. If you're in a jurisdiction such as Pennsylvania, where you have to appear before 3 boards, each board meets once a month, even if they meet twice a month, you're appearing before those boards for a consecutive 3 to 6 month process. If you're in a state like New Jersey, where you have 1 board, 1 application, you're doing the site plan and the zoning application through the same board. Sometimes you can finish in one night with the same board. Depends on the jurisdiction, and it depends on what type of relief you need. Okay, so it's a difficult question to ask, but I do only have one that took 17 years.
That's good. Yeah. You had a question?
That was my question.
Oh, okay. Well, sorry to jump on your question. Are there other questions before we continue? All right. Let me take this off. This thing. So okay. One of the things that Claire and I were doing before the meeting started was we realized we have a couple of projects in common. One of which was in South Jersey. We'll just sort of leave it at that. It's an area, it's a town that I know very well because when I was in graduate school a fair number of years ago, I did field work in that area. So I knew the town. I know its topography. My information may be dated a little bit because the town's probably grown some. But it was an interesting process for me because I was first contacted a number of years ago by a property owner who was hoping to be the landlord for a tower. And then for whatever reasons that Claire knows more about, that didn't work out, and the licensee went someplace else. But he got unhappy, and so he involved himself in the work that I do, which was the Form 620, and because there's an historic district there and all, in trying to fight the tower site. So it was an interesting process for me to observe and actively participate in because of that. And so that's not something that here at the SEC we get much of a view on. So it was a very different kind of project. Usually people are just wanting to say what they have to say through the Section 106 process, and usually with the SHPOs, and sometimes with local historic district commissions. So those was an interesting project for me for that regard. I think it's settled now, but nothing's come to me recently.
Yeah, it's almost concluded. Would you like me to talk about that one, or? Yeah,
I think just because of the dynamic that was involved, and again, the reason for this particular panel session is this is new information for us at the SEC. So part of it's a learning opportunity for me, but I think also for the people that just do it as a consultant for the Section 106 process or for the NEPA process, it might be useful information. So this is one of the reasons why we wanted to do this.
Okay. So Steve's right. The community was a unique community, beautiful community, but it was one of those sites that met all 3 of the challenges that I mentioned in the middle of my description of the process. And it was also a site that from the very beginning, when I mentioned that we see some red flags, then we call on our consultants for help. And one of the red flags that I saw in this beautiful, quaint, very old historic community was that we had some significant historic resources to protect. So I did call our Section 106 consultant to help guide us, through much earlier on in the process than we probably normally do. But what we had in that area was also actually, this was the first time this happened to me. We started working on the project about 5 years ago. This community, and I'm trying to remember how many residents, and I'm not going to do it justice, so I won't guess at it. But it's a rural community, and there are lots of environmentally sensitive areas, a lot of wetlands, floodplains. There's endangered species. I think bald eagle we even had there. Okay, so we had some resources to protect, but the unique aspect of this process that doesn't normally happen is that the town was complaining to the utility companies that they had no communication. Because they were so rural and remote, and because there's basically no development because of all of those environmentally sensitive areas and the historic nature of the community, the landline facilities were obviously not FiOS or some of the more advanced infrastructure that many communities have today. They relied solely on copper landline communications. And they have a school district in the town that when it rained, believe it or not, they could not communicate with each other, with their school buses. Their nurses couldn't call parents to come get sick children. The parents couldn't call the school because the landlines throughout the town, when it rained, would go out, not work. Quirky, not. So they had contacted the Board of Public Utilities and said, we are at times in an emergency circumstance here. We have car accidents on the sides of roads, and we have to drive tourists or people from out of town to the hospital because our cell phones can't communicate with 911. So they had a unique problem that all my years in the business, I had not heard it that bad. And maybe that's because of the location of the country that I work in. Maybe there are other parts more rural in the country that I haven't worked in that hear that more often. But I was surprised to hear that. So the client that I was working for, Verizon, opened 2 search areas to cover this area. Actually, there were 3, but only 2 to cover this specific area. And they designed them so that they would work in conjunction with one another and the rest of the existing network. And when we began to work with the jurisdiction, people were very happy to see us come into the community. They knew that if they had wireless communications, when their landline phones did not work, they'd be able to communicate. So it was very, very important to them. So we began to look at the challenges of this from a site acquisition perspective, and we only had 3 options that might possibly work. I forgot to mention, I mentioned one of the challenges was willing landlords. And while in this community there would be willing landlords, it was a farm community also. So many of the farms were farmland preserved. And in the state of New Jersey is one of those states where you can't build new towers. There were no existing tall structures, and I needed to build a new tower. So all of the farms that I was looking at were preserved, except for one. And the one that we settled on turned out to have the environmental the wildlife species, the endangered species. So the radius that took up the wildlife species made that property not viable. So we narrowed down to a few. We submitted all of the sites to the radio frequency engineer. Like I say, they accepted 2. They rejected 1. And they rejected the one because they said it was a little too far outside of the search area, which I knew, but I was out of options, so I submitted it. They rejected that location, and accepted the other two. The one was the endangered species, and the other one was a grammar school. The grammar school was happy to have the facility because they knew that the closer that you are to the source of a wireless communications facility, the faster your throughput speeds are. So there's a variation on how good your coverage is and how good your data speeds are based on how close you are to the facility. So you still may have what the radio frequency engineer will define as reliable service, but you'll have better service if you're closer to the facility. So they were thrilled that they had this very large piece of land that was set back, that was probably 800 or 900 feet extending back from the road, that we could put a new tower almost 1,000 feet back from the road, which is where the historic area was, and they would still have a facility on the property that they knew that their nurses would be able to communicate and their staff would be able to communicate, and they were thrilled to have it. But as Steve mentioned, while we were working on all of this due diligence, a tower company had contacted a property owner near the search area because he knew that there was no wireless communication facilities. It was fairly common knowledge that the Board of Public Utilities was contacted that there was no wireless communications in the area and someone needed to build something new. So he thought that if he picked a good location that wasn't farmland preserved, that didn't have these environmental restrictions, and was the least worst of the best of the worst, that he could find a property where the wireless carriers would locate. The wireless carriers don't broadcast their search areas. It's classified actually as proprietary information. So it's not data that can be collected off of the internet. So a good tower company might be able to guess where a good site would be, but a good guess is just a good guess. And if you pick the wrong location, then you've picked the wrong location. And the municipality was willing to approve both locations, but the radio frequency engineer that I was working for said that property was not acceptable to meet the technical need to fit into the Verizon network, along with the other sites proposed and existing. So that's where conflict came into play. And so it was a very small town, so we had some people in the town wanted this person who they knew to get the lease, and then we had other people who didn't necessarily care who got the lease. They just wanted the communications, which, to be honest, was probably 95, maybe even 98% of the population just wanted coverage. But the 2% that were in favor of putting it on that property were disappointed that Verizon couldn't use that property and were disappointed about it. So we had sort of a lot of conflicting circumstances in that situation that we very rarely run into. Most tower companies work with the carriers and they don't try to work against them. They're their biggest customers, right? So they want to work with them. If they think they can build a facility that the wireless carriers need, that's what they want to do. They don't want to sign up a property that a wireless company can't use. But with this smaller tower company, it didn't happen that way. But in the end, I think that we have settled on the only property that works in compatibility with all of the requirements, the radio frequency needs, as well as all of the criteria that's required for all governmental agency approvals, and we hope to have it online for these folks soon so that they can get some relief. The landline company in that area has also improved communications, so things are better than they were, but they'll never have infrastructure like FiOS there that you would see in a metropolitan area because the population just doesn't warrant it. So they definitely need this technology. And with the 5G technology coming into play that Chairman mentioned earlier, it's even more important that the wireless communication is in place. Firemen, emergency rescue, state police, all of those people need wireless, regardless of what is in place from a landline perspective.
Thank you. There were a couple things that I've been interested in, I guess, as an example of the work that I occasionally see. We saw in Claire earlier today. There's a tower company that's wanting to build a tower in Pennsylvania to serve a very rural area, as part of Lancaster County and Chester County, that in southeast Pennsylvania, and they picked a couple of sites. They went through the whole process. They did the tribal notice. They did the Form 620 for the SHPO, and nobody bothered to check the underlying zoning. And I found it real curious because the site that they had chosen didn't qualify in the zoning process. And I sort of pay attention to the zoning process because before I became a federal employee a number of years ago, I used to do planning and zoning work, and was a zoning officer and did that sort of thing. So I have a natural interest. And one of the things that I've noticed over the past number of years is that there seems to be a growing business among land use attorneys and planners in writing zoning codes specifically for wireless telecommunications. The county next to where I live in Maryland has one, and I have seen that this has become a fairly common occurrence where they have fall zones where there needs to be an open space around the tower if it ever were to fall down. And they do fall down. I've seen a number of them that have done that. But they also require that there be at least one commercial carrier with a signed agreement to co-locate on that tower as a basic requirement before that tower siting process can go forward to local approvals. I don't know how much of that you're seeing in the work that you do.
Well, sure. No one wants a proliferation of new towers. So if the tower can't be used by a wireless communication provider, then it's useless. And maybe it can't be used today, but it could be used 5 years from now. But the communities don't want them now if they aren't needed for 5 years. So they want to know that there's what the tower companies identify as an anchor tenant. They want to know that there's at least one wireless communications carrier who's saying that location will fit in their network grid to satisfy a technical need before they're willing to approve it. Particularly if you need zoning, that would be part of your burden of proof to obtain your zoning approvals.
Yeah.
And should be, right?
Well, I probably shouldn't say one way or the other.
Okay.
But yeah, it is becoming common practice within the municipal governments to do that. Again, that same county has stealth requirements for what the tower should look like, which has sort of created a very interesting market for one individual who basically operates out of his pickup truck, and he builds towers in counties like this, which is interesting dynamic all of its own. But he's willing to go the extra mile and build things that look like bell towers and whatever. So I guess there's a market for everything.
Yeah, and if you can make something look better than it would otherwise, that's important too.
Right.
Yeah.
One of the things that I've been curious about is how much opposition when you take a tower to the local municipal government for zoning approvals and those sorts of things. How much argument do you get from people that are just opposed to towers in general? Is that a common thing, or is it?
It's less common now than it used to be. When I first started in the business, the hearings would go on for hours and hours, and people would complain about not understanding, the technology and whether it was something that was good for them or not. More and more, that's less and less the case, primarily because over 40% of the population has no landline. So people understand the technology a lot more now than they did in 1993, when very few people had wireless devices. And now people understand that in order for their device to work, the infrastructure has to be in place. I often say at a zoning meeting, I have 17 nieces and nephews in their 20s and early 30s, and if you ask them to buy a home in a community that had no wireless sites, it would be like telling them to buy a home with no bathroom. They require their wireless device for their work, for their social connections, and for almost everything that they do. They run their thermostats with it. They run their TV with it. And if you took away their ability to connect wirelessly, they would have a difficult time living. So the more people that understand and that they need that, the less opposition we have when we go to these zoning meetings. So it's less and less than it was. But we still have it. I still have sites that I'm working on right now where we have community opposition to them. It's still present. Again, that all the more reason you have to pick the right location. The better the location that you pick, the more palatable and acceptable it is to people. Even people who know that they need wireless communications don't want a facility in an area that's misplaced, in the wrong zone, in an inappropriate location, unless you couldn't put it anywhere else that would be better. So that's really our job is diligence, is to do the due diligence from the very beginning and understand things like that zoning district from the beginning.
Yeah. Are there any questions before we move? Oh, okay. Do you have a microphone? Good.
I wanted to thank Claire. I think you did an outstanding job of kind of explaining the often circular nature of this process. I actually just wanted to interject a couple of things. Like one of the things that you alluded to was the ability of a landlord to essentially utilize their property essentially for other circumstances. And one of the things we're running into more and more is facilities we cited 20 years ago are running to the end of the lease essentially, and they've discovered that they've got a much more lucrative means of utilizing their and so we're losing the site we're on, and oftentimes with little notice and opportunity to kind of find alternatives. And that the other aspect is that it's a very static environment, and so particularly in an urban environment, essentially buildings change. You might lose your lease because they're popping the top of the building, but even if the building that you're on isn't being affected, a nearby building is, and that completely changes your footprint. Small cell and DAS can really help with those matters, but it's a very complex, moving target essentially, and because of all the jobs I wouldn't want to do in this industry, it's exactly what you're doing because it's easily the most complex part. There was one other thing I wanted to mention, and which I think is very important to all of us essentially, and that is that in a situation which is becoming more and more common, where you really don't pick where you go, you're really left with few alternatives, and you need to basically shoehorn yourself where you can go. You don't have a lot of negotiation in terms of your ability to establish a lease or fair market value, and that in basically a saturated market, it's becoming very difficult to kind of live with the idea that you're stuck with ever increasing costs essentially, and now with the advent of small cells and DAS, we're all basically doubling or tripling sometimes the number of sites we have. The reality is these aren't costs we can really pass on to our customers because the fact is, we're like in a saturated market, you don't have the ability to do that. And so I think that's particularly important to working towards streamlining processes and taking costs out where we can, and that be in processes that are no longer, relevant or not necessary or have matured to a point, like some of the zoning processes where, the reality is it's not an advent anymore. People are recognize that it's basically a necessity and it's something that really has to occur. Anyway, I just wanted to add to what you were offering essentially, because I think it really does kind of underscore basically the complexity and difficulty of doing what we need to do.
I completely agree.
Question all the way in the back.
I wanted to ask how often various maybe zoning requirements or other factors influence you starting out with a stealth installation. I know sometimes the NEPA process drives the need for stealth, but sometimes you come to the table with a stealth, and I kind of wonder what the factors are there and what the different influences are.
Sure. So some jurisdictions have wireless communication facility ordinances, and some of them require stealth design. Their definition of stealth can vary because it depends on what the community wants to see visually, which is very subjective. So we have some communities we work in that dislike the fake pine tree. They don't think it looks like a pine tree, and they would rather see a monopole that is a galvanized steel finish that they feel might blend in more with other light pole type structures like what they see on their highways than a fake pine tree. But then other communities really like the fake pine tree. So it depends on the community. Sometimes the ordinance will direct us and help us, guide us, and then we know right from the beginning. There's a site that I'm working on right now that does not have that ordinance in place, but we've done other sites in that jurisdiction in the past, and we know that they want that. So we try to design a site from the beginning in a manner that we think can make it approvable. We don't try to come to that board and say, we know that you've been asking for this from all the carriers for the last 5 years, but we're going to come in with something entirely different because your ordinance doesn't say it. All that does is cost all of us 6 more months, right? Because in the end, you're going to end up with the thing that they ask for, that they have asked for the last 6 months. So it's a combination of things. It's understanding your territory, knowing what the jurisdiction, the zoning jurisdiction wants in that community, and then also understanding the code. The gentleman before you mentioned having to take down sites because of buildings moving. I think some people could make a full-time job out of building sites in Atlantic City, New Jersey, because the number of casinos that open and close and buildings that are changed and raised is constant, and even the expansion of the existing ones changes. And the owners of those buildings spend millions of dollars on the facade and the way things look. The Casino Control Commission has specific requirements for what things have to look like and be like. And then, of course, Atlantic City has their own zoning board, and they have specific things that they are looking for when things are designed. So if you work in that community, if you're that person that has to work in that embedded base and move things around and work with obstructions like that, you get to know that particular zoning board and what they want. And you're doing your job better if you can come in with it from a knowledge-based perspective. It's not like being an attorney that may do contract work and you could work all over the country and work in different jurisdictions. The best site acquisition consultants are people who really understand their territory, because sometimes this information is not in writing. Sometimes it is, and sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's both. But it can come about in different ways. And I hope I answered the question clearly enough. And sometimes it comes up in the zoning process. Sometimes you'll be in there for 2 or 3 nights, and finally someone will say, well, can't you make it look like this? And that's when the gentleman who works out of the back of his pickup truck comes in handy, because he'll help you build something that you've all decided would work and that you won't compromise any technical technical parameters with. And that's a challenge with stealth design. Everybody thinks you can hide these things, right? So you have to remember that wireless works by line of sight. So if you build something or you put something inside a canister that removes the radio frequency diversity that's required to make the site function properly, you may just be inviting yourself. You might be able to build something that looks really good and everybody likes what it looks like, but you're back 6 months later because the site doesn't do what the radio frequency engineer told you it needed to do, and now he needs something else. So yeah, it's always a balance, right, with everything. But that's how we usually come up with the stealth designing. Okay.
Are there other questions? Do we have any questions that came in over the internet, Jim? No. No, okay, because I thought I heard it beeping back there.
You heard it, but it was my first one.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Thank you. I'll tell my wife that.
I just wondered, when you identify a property owner, if you deal with the neighbors around him, and if so, how and when, and what sorts of opposition do you get there?
Well, lease negotiation is a private matter unless you're dealing with a public property. So let me answer that in 2 ways. I'll start with the easy one. When you're working on a public property, then it's all public record. So there are hearings involved. There's advertisements in newspapers before anyone would on the public property side of things would ever sign off on a lease, because it's public property. When you're working on a private property, however, a lease contract is a private proprietary document. So we would not break that contractual trust and speak to that person's property owners, neighbors, his property owners, surrounding property owners. Most of the time, I can tell you just from my experience, they speak to their neighbors. No one wants to propose something that no one around him is going to like him for the next 20 years. They have to live there or work there or farm there, and they're part of the community. So generally speaking, a property owner will do that on their own before they agree to doing something like this. But it's not a requirement of ours, and in some respects, like I say, it would be wrong for us to do that, because a contract is with a private entity is proprietary. We're often asked in zoning meetings, how much are you paying John Doe for the lease? We're not allowed to disclose that. It's a contract, that we don't disclose. On a public property, it's all public information, and we can disclose that. So in the case with the school board and the site that we were speaking of, that we were both familiar with the community, that's all public information. And the signing of the lease and with that was all, we had public meetings, people could come out, ask questions, what is it going to look like? We do photo simulations to show them. We talk about what area it will service, and we give them any information that would help them to provide support or not, but form their opinions based on whatever information we have that we can offer to them.
Thank you.
Anybody else with questions? Because I have a. Okay, I was curious about the fees that local governments are charging as part of the zoning process. Is there a commonality to that, or is there a great deal of variation?
There's a great deal of variation. There's a huge gap. Now, I will say that there's a formula that goes into it. So when I mentioned that if you're in Pennsylvania and you need a use variance, you have to appear before 3 different boards, potentially. Each of those boards has their own solicitor. Each has their own engineer. Some of them have a planner, depending on, what type of community it is. So the fees are based on the administrative process that they need to get through to review and approve your application, or deny it if it's going to be denied. And they hire professionals, and those professionals need to be paid. And the taxpayers aren't going to pay that. So the applicant has to pay those fees. So the actual application fees might be fairly standard and maybe range in $200 to $300. But the escrow fee that goes along with that to pay for to facilitate the application and pay the professionals that work for the boards has to be paid out of that escrow account. So if you're in a state where you have one application, one board, then you have the same group of professionals and they look at the same documentation. They don't charge you more to look at it, whether they're viewing it as a site plan versus whether you should get the height variance there. They charge by the hour. So it's based on what they have to do to process your application, but because the communities vary so much and the jurisdictions vary so much, the fees run the full gamut. They substantiate them, though. They give you proof of everything that they spend. They'll send you a voucher saying what was spent. Every professional documents their time. And if you thought something was inappropriate or unreasonable, there's a mechanism to challenge it. And I have found them to be, for the most part, very fair.
Okay. When you take an application to a Board of Zoning Appeals, do you take an attorney of your own with you, or your client's attorney, or do you do that on your own?
Yes, we always take an attorney. Some states require, unless you are an individual, you cannot approach the board with an application without being represented by an attorney. So in some cases, it's a legal requirement, but even in the cases where it's not, we always bring an attorney. There's the case law for wireless communication facilities is very unique, and the attorneys that understand it very well, and they're worth their weight in gold when someone asks a specific question and not necessarily trying to oppose it, but just trying to understand the process. Attorneys who understand that law really help people to understand the application and how it needs to be reviewed and ruled upon. So we always bring them.
Okay. I sort of assumed so, but I just wasn't sure.
Yeah, sometimes there's workshop meetings that are precursor to a zoning hearing, right, that we may do without an attorney if it's more technical in nature, and then we'll just work with our engineering staff and the local engineer. But for anything of a formal hearing, there's always an attorney present.
Okay. Have you ever had an opportunity to take one of your projects that's been denied zoning to a court of appeals or anything like that, or is that not something that you and your clients tend to do?
I don't think any of the wireless carriers are thrilled with lawsuits, for a lot of reasons. All the obvious ones, I won't state them. But they're not, their objective is to fill a gap or an area of unreliable coverage. Their objective is to get a site, not buy a fight. So generally they don't want to go that route. But they also won't be pushed around. So if they feel as though they've gotten denied in a hearing process arbitrarily, they can't set a precedent that they'll be pushed around for the wrong reasons. And they will take something to bat just for principle, because they want to make sure that a bad precedent doesn't get set for something that they know that they legally had a right to an approval for. But they will never do that unless they review the record and feel as though they have a case that's valid. They won't just tie up the courts or their own attorneys doing it just to see what might stick to the wall. And like I say, at the end of the day, even that process is to get a site. And sometimes they take it because they have to, because it's the only site that they have. They know they can't go home, right, without filling a gap in service. Their license requirement tells them you have to satisfy the demands of your customers. You have an FCC license, you're expected to use it properly and provide your customers with the service that you've been granted the permission and the authority to do. So they can't just say, well, we got turned down in zoning, I guess better luck next time. So they can't go home until they have fixed a problem. Mm-hmm. Okay, so if that means they've got a good site, they feel that they were denied arbitrarily, they're going to take it to court until they win. And yes, I've been involved in the processes. The one that took 17 years went through multiple levels, multiple appeal levels, and ultimately was approved and is in service now and is one of the nicest looking sites that I'm very proud of that property. And it's functioning very well. And all the carriers, can benefit from that, and all the customers can benefit from it. So, like I say, they're trying to build sites, not start fights, but they're not afraid to get into the ring if they need to.
Okay. Well, that's very useful information. I see by the clock on the wall that we're actually at 10:30.
Sorry.
So no, that was good. Are there any other questions that people might have? Like I said, this has been very helpful for me as an FCC staff member because I sort of hear a lot of this stuff, but I don't really have some good information to take with me. As people ask me a lot of questions about where towers can go and that sort of thing. I will share that I live in a small rural community, also on the edges of Chesapeake Bay, and we share a lot of characteristics that your South Jersey town shares, where my town's bigger, but a rural area is not. And we're challenged by landlines going out when the tides are high, when it rains heavily, and a lot of people who wish they could have cell service. But we have lots of eagles and other kinds of things. We also have a Fish and Wildlife Refuge, national park, and things like that. It makes siting very challenging. So I appreciate the work that you do on behalf of the tower industry, so that Jill and I can keep busy reading Form 620s. So that keeps us going. I appreciate you taking the time out to come down and share your work with us.
I appreciate the opportunity. Thanks.
So thank you very much. I think now we're scheduled for a 15-minute break. If you're paying attention to the introductory slides, you know where the restrooms are. And so that's part of the test. That's why we do those. And you're on your own as far as getting coffee and things like that, if that's what you want to do. I'm assuming the food trucks are operational outside, but you still need to go back and forth through security if you're going to go out of the room. And so with that, try to be back in your seats at 10:45, and we'll go on to our next session. Thank you very much. Okay. And for those of you who know, we can escort you back and forth through security. So see Cecilia, the woman in the red jacket. Thank you. Okay. Our next session is some policy and regulation updates. So we've got a number of FCC presenters. They're going to be talking about NEPA and DAS small cells, non-compliant towers, and those are the three of us that are up here. The other thing I was asked to do, for those of you who are just desperate to be connected at all times, there's actually an FCC hotspot here in the room, and the password is FCC, all in caps, 30537. And there's some pamphlets like this on the back table that also has that if you have forgotten. So if you really need a connection, that's it. But make sure you do it quietly and silently. Okay. Our first presenter this morning at this session is Chad Breckenridge, who is an associate bureau chief in the Wireless Telecommunications Bureau and active on a daily basis with Jeff Steinberg, who's the daily manager of the infrastructure team in all the things that we all do. And so he's very knowledgeable about things. And he wanted to talk, and I asked him to talk about a current initiative that we have at the FCC. We've done some public presentations. We've been to some tribal meetings and some other kinds of meetings talking about this issue, which is the non-compliant towers that are a problem for not just for us at the FCC, but also for you all as licensees and tower builders. So, Chad?
Thank you, Steve. Thank you, everybody, for coming out to meet with all of us today to hear the latest and greatest from the FCC. I want to give you a quick overview of the non-compliant tower situation and a sense of where we expect things to go from here. This is still very much a fluid process, so I'll describe our anticipated course, and I make no promises about how it actually will, of course, play out. So a little bit of background. As many of you know, non-compliant towers describes a set of many towers that were built without going through the Section 106 process, or at any rate were built, there's no longer any documentation showing that they went through the Section 106 process. A subset of those built between 2001 and 2005, those are the sort of bookended by the programmatic agreements that the FCC has entered into with ACHP. Those ones are often referred to as twilight towers. We've been hearing from licensees, from the industry, pretty repeatedly for many years that this is a problem that is ripe for solution and will do great things if we are able to resolve it. These are towers that are out there, unavailable for co-location because they haven't been through 106, but are otherwise primed for co-location, would be a valuable addition to the tools we have at our disposal for broadband rollout. So we've heard industry on this, and we are actively working on it, and we're committed to bringing it to closure as quickly as we can. We're guided by a pretty clear objective on this, and first, essentially, it's got two parts. We want to make these towers available for co-location in a manner that does two things. First, it needs to account for the need for historic preservation review for all of these towers. And second, it needs to ensure that the towers are made available swiftly for FirstNet and for broadband deployment more generally. So we have held discussions with a variety of interested parties over the last year or so, I'd say. So state historic preservation officers, tribal nations, the industry, other federal agencies like ACHP that have an active role in this. And we're taking all of these views into account as we craft a proposed solution. Most notably, we held a meeting with many of you in January in Albuquerque. We had industry there. We had several SHPO representatives there. Many tribal nations were there. ACHP joined us. I believe FirstNet was on the phone, although I can't recall. And that gave a good opportunity for all of us to hear from one another about the various perspectives that people bring to this issue. And as those of you who were there can attest, there are some thorny issues and some strong feelings about how best to resolve this. So we had that meeting in January. We've also followed up by asking for any written comment flowing from that meeting that the various attendees or others may have had. For whatever it's worth, we're still open to receiving more views if anybody feels that they have not had an opportunity to give us their thoughts on this. There's a dedicated email address that we can provide to you if that's something you are still inclined to do. At this point, the ball is squarely in our court. We are developing a single solution, proposed solution, that we will want to present for broader feedback. There are a couple of gating issues that we need to get through first. We need to obviously make sure that everyone within the commission is comfortable with it. There are many legal challenges, many legal wrinkles related to this. We're working closely with our general counsel's office to make sure what we have in mind comports with the law. Pretty good priority. Then we'll also have to work closely with the ACHP after we have our proposed approach ironed out a little more. Once we've consulted with ACHP on this, the idea will be to release it publicly for comment, to consult carefully with tribal nations about it, and to solicit input from all interested stakeholders. So I don't think it's going to be particularly swift. I wouldn't anticipate an endgame in the next few months on this, next couple of months, but this remains a high priority for us. in the interim, before we come to a solution, towers that fall into this category can be made eligible for co-location through tower-by-tower review. And the process for doing that is the same as it's been for several years, which is to submit them to the relevant SHPO and THPO for review, or barring that, you can check in with Steve or with Jill for assistance on how best to move forward with those towers. So that's the state of play at the moment. I'd be happy to field questions. I'm not sure there's much more detail I can offer, but I'd be happy to try.
Okay. I'm surprised there are no questions. I don't know whether that's a good thing or a bad thing. But to echo Chad's comments, if the SHPO feels that it's foreclosed, and it varies from state to state and varies from time to time depending on their individual workloads, if you're going to be sending the Form 620s to the FCC for review, either myself or Jill Springer, who's the Deputy Federal Preservation Officer, recognize you're sending these things to two people along with everything else. So all the work that Jill and I do is a high priority. So it's not compliant tower clearances are not a lesser priority, but it's just that Chad and Jeff have basically told us that everything we do is a high priority. So recognize that we have a lot of work to do, and so we will get them as quickly as we can. It really helps if you send those Form 620s through the E106 system, so we have them available to us that way. But also, the E106 system sends Jill and I hundreds and hundreds of emails every day. So if you have a non-compliant tower that you want reviewed by Jill or myself, send both of us or send me an email saying, we sent this to you for a review. It's a non-compliant tower. Here's its E106 number, and we'll get it into the processing. One of the things that is helping that process is that we now have Myra and Jim helping us with some of the sort of back office work, and so I'm counting and relying on the two of them to make sure that Jill and I keep on task to get these things done in a reasonably timely fashion. So, with any other question, you need to wait for the microphone.
Thank you. Do you wish to actively review each one, or say it was a submission and the SHPO didn't say we refuse to review this, and it was a finding of no historic properties? Do you want us to assume concurrence at the end, or do you actually want to look at it?
I'm not actively volunteering to take on that extra work. If the SHPO says that there's no historic properties under the MPA, you don't really need to do anything more with that. If the SHPO says there's an adverse effect or no adverse effect, the no adverse effect, you need to let Jill or I look at it, and we've got a short window, a 15-day review period. So send those emails to us as sort of a high priority so that they don't get lost. Just as the E106 system sends me hundreds of emails a day, you guys send me hundreds of emails every day too. So they're easy to get lost in all that. So do it that way. If it's an adverse effect, obviously that's going to go into a different pot. With the other adverse effects, we'll have to do an MOA and you'll have to do an EA. So, yeah. So let us know. The question in the back, Jill. Oh, Mara's got it.
Hi, this is Craig Pruitt with Terracon. Could you comment just a little bit about tribal notification for an existing tower in that situation? Are you thinking that'll go through TC&S process?
Just as with the SHPOs, you need to let the tribes have an opportunity to review the process. So you need to send it to them through the TC&S system because that's what they're expecting. And I'm going to mention this later this morning, but when you send those kinds of non-compliant tower requests and notices to the SHPOs and to the tribes, make it clear to to both entities that these are non-compliant towers or twilight towers, whatever your client is asking you to call them. Just say it so they know it's a constructed tower, and they'll respond as that particular entity has decided they're going to respond. So yes, please do the TCNS notice for the tribes. They're an equal partner in all this. As John Wilkins, our bureau chief, said this morning, the SHPOs and tribes and industry are our partners in all this. So we need to be fair to everybody. Other questions? Okay. Well, thank you very much, Chad. Yeah. There is a question.
Zach Champ with PCIA. Does the FCC have adequate technological resources and staffing resources to field these requests? I know in the new FCC budget there is new technological acquisition money that was put forward. I don't know if that is going towards this sort of process or what other things could be used to make the process simpler on both sides or more efficient.
Thanks, Zach. We do. I mean, but like with anything else, we have to pick our battles and pick our priorities. We don't have enough resources to do absolutely everything that we would like to be able to do. So we're going to have to prioritize. But these enabling co-locations is a priority. So we have the resources.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay. Thank you. I wanted to talk about a couple of things that we've been trying to move forward. I don't have anything specific to say about TCNS and E106 in terms of updates, except to remind you all that if you haven't noticed, and if you're using the systems, I hope you have, that TCNS and E106 are now better able to talk to each other. There's a single login page for both systems. When the E106 form comes up, you also will be able to see a button that you can click on the TCNS notices, so that it makes that it's just a whole lot easier to use. You don't have to keep going back and forth through individual maps. I wish I could say we've solved the problem with when you get into the attachments in the E106 system that you don't have to bounce back and go again. That I find that especially annoying, and I raise it as an issue every time I have an opportunity to talk to the people that manage that piece of it. And you can see how effective I've been. All it takes is FCC budget money. With the TCNS system, I would encourage you as you're using that system to use attachments. I get a lot of requests from tribes saying that they wish that there was a map with the TCNS notice because it makes their reviews faster if they can look at a map. A Google Earth image or an Esri image is basically the same thing. Topographic maps are useful, but the tribes are beginning to really gravitate towards the Google Earth image, especially now that it's free. Not saying that's better than Esri, it's just that's what I'm hearing. So any kind of an aerial photograph that shows the site location and makes it easier for them to see the topography is very helpful for the tribe. So if I would encourage you to do that. And as I mentioned just a few seconds ago, if you're sending notices to the tribes and SHPOs for requests for review for a constructed tower, please let them know. Don't just hide it in the Form 620 data construction. Put it in an address or send them an email directly saying we've submitted this Form 620 through the E106 system, or here's a paper copy. This is for a constructed tower. It makes it easier for them to do their processing and to divvy up the work that they're going to be doing within their own office, because they're as overwhelmed as we are with all the requests. SHPOs don't just work for the FCC, although sometimes they think they do. They're also doing highway projects and Army Corps of Engineers projects and projects for a host of other agencies, FirstNet, RUS, etc. I would encourage you, if you're not using the E106 system, because the work that you do is primarily in a state that doesn't participate in the E106 system, to use it anyway, because it makes it a whole lot easier for Jill and I and other FCC staff to need to look at your Form 620s or Form 621s to be able to go and just pull it up from wherever we are. We do a fair amount of travel. Some of us telecommute. So that the paper is not always at hand. Also, if you send us paper, recognize, and I think I've said this every year that we've done these things, it all goes to a facility in Maryland and gets checked for whatever they check for and gets heavily irradiated. So I may not see your surface mail for 3 or 4 weeks or longer. I may not even get it. And if it includes a lot of colored images and is fairly thick, the irradiation process fuses the paper together, so it's useless. I can't do anything with it except put it in the recycle bin. So really to send stuff electronically, it's a whole lot faster and easier. I've been trying not to have to handle paper anymore. I'm almost there, but it gets hard. The other thing is that if you're referring a tribe or a SHPO to the FCC for additional reviews or for whatever it is that you're doing, when you make those requests, and this is something that I've started insisting on in the past couple weeks, and we'll do this going forward, don't just say I'm escalating a tribe for lack of response and can have Amory make some phone calls. Send me the Form 620, send me the TCNS notice number or the E106 number. Send us the detail so we don't just get this blank letter saying they haven't responded in 90 days or the SHPO hasn't reviewed this. Will you do whatever it is that you do? Send me the information so I don't have to go hunt it down or ask you to send the stuff. Just automatically from now on going forward, if you're going to escalate any of our preservation partners to the FCC for review, send us the information just as part of that email. So just make it a matter of course. It'll make our lives, by ours, Jill and myself, it's going to make it a whole lot easier if the stuff's right there at hand. Yes, you have to wait for the microphone, wherever they are. Okay.
So are you talking about if we escalate something outside the E106 system? Is that what you're talking about?
Actually, both. If you escalate it within the E106 system, that's great, because that's one of the uses of the E106 system, but also because the E106 system sends me hundreds of emails every day. Send me a reminder out of the system. And then also, if I don't respond to you in a week or two, feel free to send me reminders that, hey, I sent you this thing to look at a week or two ago. Have you done it yet? I don't mind that you do that. That's okay. It's okay to send reminders. I can't speak for Jill. She has to speak for herself, but she says okay. But we're busy. And because in addition to the regular work we do, we also have to help work with everybody else on DAS small cell projects and non-compliant towers and all the other stuff that we're doing. So it's okay to send reminders. Okay? Again, on the use of the E106 system, if you're not using it because you're working in a state that doesn't use it, remember that the E106 system was designed to enable you to begin completing the forms as you go. So it automatically will fill in once you put in your FRNs, your FCC registration numbers. It will always fill in your address and your contact information. It always will pull forward the TCNS information. It always will pull forward your staff members and those sorts of things. And the E106, the Form 620 or 621, will stay as a draft for 30 days. So all you need to do while you're working on this project, if it's taking you a year or two to do it, excuse me, as long as you touch it once every 30 days, it will always stay there as a draft. So it's a whole lot easier to do it that. I think it's easier to do it that way. And if you need to send the SHPO or tribe a printed form, just hit the print button in the upper right-hand corner. Also makes it easier to email these things to us if I need you to do that for whatever reason. So I really would encourage you to use the E106 system. It was designed that way for a purpose. And as Zach's question and Chad's response, just in the last little piece of the session, was that, we're trying to make improvements. Our back office IT department has a whole list of things that FCC staff have recommended. One of the things that I've been encouraging to do, and I think we're close, is, for instance, turning on the GIS component of the forms, so that it'll do some basic mapping for you. So we're trying to make improvements. If you have suggestions for things that you want to have the E106 or the TCNS forms, the processes do for you, you think it might be a good idea, let us know. We're happy to pass the suggestions on to the management that makes decisions about allocations of resources and the financial aspect of getting these things taken care of. And they're very receptive because, as the chairman said yesterday, as our bureau chief said this morning, infrastructure is a priority. They all recognize that communications are not going to work unless you have the infrastructure. You can have all the cell phones that you want, but if there's no communications, what's the point of carrying it? So give us your suggestions. And I have a question from okay, let me this is a long question, so let me read this for a second. And while I'm doing that, okay. Okay, it's an interesting question. And they're piling up. Okay. And I don't have an answer for this, but the question is, should we take on the question of non-compliant towers as if they were going up today, or consider the landscapes as they were at the time they went up? So that if you're doing a tower review now for either a constructed tower that, let's say, for some bizarre reason went up last year, or went up in, say, 1998, when you're doing the review to try to get that through the Section 106 process, what should you look at in terms of the landscapes? And I think I'm going to have to say, which is not really an answer, that it's situational. We've had those kinds of questions come up before, and in some respects it depends. If there was a reasonable expectation that historic properties would have been discovered in 1998 or 1999 when the tower was being constructed at that time, before our co-location agreement, before NPA, but certainly well after the passage of the National Historic Preservation Act, that we just need to see what's out there. So it's not really an answer, but something that we would work with you in terms of what the things are, because I'm aware of several situations where it basically didn't matter. Okay. Okay. For towers constructed on or prior to March 16th, 2001, that's the beginning of what some people call the twilight period. Our tower's exempt from all NEPA review, and I think in that particular case, I'd suggest go back to that particular part of the two agreements and work forward from there. And I'm being asked what I mean by referred. Okay. With the referral process for a tribe or a SHPO, almost all of them come to me. Some of them go to Anne-Marie Vubieski, who, if she were able to be here today, would be here. And a lot of you know Anne-Marie. She works in our Gettysburg office. And her job is basically to work with the consultants and the tribes to make sure that they have an opportunity to respond, that responses come in a timely fashion, that we work with them. And what I'm saying is that it's helpful for all the FCC staff to receive this information. So yes, going forward, if you're going to refer a tribe for whatever reason, under whatever protocol you may have established internally, please send us the information, because one of the things that is going to happen is that if either Joe or I need to look at it from the perspective of our special expertise, that I need to be able to look at the Form 620 and see if there's a likelihood that there may have been some sort of information that needed to be considered in the review of that particular tower through the Section 106 process. So yes, please send us all the documentation, and almost everybody is including both Anne-Marie and myself on those emails, and so you should continue to do those going forward. If you're not, please add me to the email chain and include the information that we're asking for. Okay. Are there any other questions from over there? How about in the room? Okay, great. As a shameless plug for the FCC, remember, we're the only agency in the country that has an E106 and a TCNS system, and other federal agencies are desperate to get their hands on this. So please enjoy the systems we've created exclusively for you. Nobody else has access to. Okay. All right. My next topic is MOA templates and processing. As our workload has increased and as we've been trying to make things work better for you, we recognize that we've stumbled a few times in trying to get information back to you, because sometimes you all contact us at the same time every day. And so that's just a lot of emails come in, a lot of phone calls come in. So we've been trying to develop a better system for processing the MOAs. We're real close to having an updated MOA template, which is something that you all will need to use going forward. We hope to have that released in the next few months. We'll just leave it as vague at that, because we still have to go through some internal reviews. But this will show you how to reference the tribes, for instance. The template will ask you to not just simply say you contacted the appropriate tribes for TCNS, but it will say list the tribes. If you contacted 10 tribes for TCNS, list all 10. Just so that that's there. Because remember, this is actually an important legal record of your consultation process with the tribes and with the SHPOs and any other consulting parties. So list all those. When you've got an MOA mostly negotiated with the SHPO or the consulting parties, the tribes, whoever else is involved, you have to send the drafts of those MOAs to Don Johnson and to myself so that we can look at them. And if you're sending them to us with them already signed, don't do that, because invariably Don and I have things that we want you to change because you've not really done the the thing exactly the way you need to it. I look at it for the mitigation stipulations and some of the format. Don looks at it from the legal perspective. So make sure you send us a Word document so that we can make changes quickly and get them back to you. And before you send us an MOA, make sure you've completed the tribal process. A lot of people are forgetting that the tribes are an equal part of the Section 106 process, so that if they get a letter from a SHPO saying there's an adverse effect from historic property, they may go ahead and craft an MOA based on that letter from the SHPO, but they've not completed the Section 106 process with the tribes. So make sure you get the tribal process complete beforehand so that we can make sure that the MOA is actually accurate as it's going forward. And one of the things we're trying to do in that is not to have to make us touch the thing twice. So try to do it as simple as we can. And we haven't done this yet, but and again, this will be in the next couple months or whatever. We're going to set up a dedicated email address for MOAs. It'll be, I don't know what it'll be. I won't say it because people start sending emails to that. Because I have something in mind. But we want, if you have an MOA that needs to be reviewed, we want you to send the MOA, the draft MOA, all of its documentation to this dedicated email address that we're going to set up. And we'll announce it widely when it's set up. That way, Jim and Myra can track these things to make sure that they don't get lost, because now in the process, you're sending these MOAs to 2 or 3 different people. And sometimes the other people that need to look at them aren't CC'd on the email, so they get lost. They get sidetracked. So this way we'll be able to log them in, track their progress through the internal reviews, back out to the consultant for final review and processing and things like that. So that makes it a much more knowable, regular process. I think you'll like the improvements there. I know I will. So, any questions on the MOA? Okay. Yes. Yeah, okay. You can keep the microphone.
Sorry. The MOA timeline right now is running, I would say, on a good one, a year.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of our clients have seen in, I forget what document, the FCC indicated the expectation was somewhere along the line of 3 months. So with the new improvements, is the idea hopefully to get back down to 3 months?
The idea is to get back to a shorter time frame until it actually starts and works for a year. I'm not going to say how better or worse we're going to be, but we recognize that it's gotten awkward, and we want to make it better. So we'll see what happens. Okay. And Cecilia, there's a question in the back.
Thank you. Is there an opportunity to use the E106 system for uploading MOA documents, because sometimes they're too large to send by email?
Yes. If you and actually the E106 system is set up to handle the MOA processing, but if you do that, because of the huge volume of emails that the system sends to me, please send me an email outside of the E106 system with a high importance stamp on it, a little red flag sort of thing, saying that you've put this in the E106 system and give me its E106 number, obviously, and that way we'll be able to keep better track of it. When we have this new system in place, what I would ask you to do is, instead of sending me an email outside of the E106 system, you'll send it to this new email address so that Jim and Myra can log it in, and it'll be up to the two of them to make sure that Don and I do our jobs in a timely fashion. So the pressure's on the two of them. So you can yell at them if we don't do it. Okay, any other questions? Okay. Our last topic in this session is a presentation from Bill Stafford on, who's one of the attorneys in the infrastructure team, on the DAS and small cells.
Thank you. With respect to DAS and small cell infrastructure siting, Commission staff has continued to develop a program alternative for additional exclusions from NHPA review for those facilities. As many of you may have heard yesterday, if you were here for the very fine presentations that were made, DAS, which is distributed antenna systems, and small cell technology are wireless alternatives to traditional cell towers. Small cell deployments are generally low-powered wireless base stations that function like cells in a mobile network but provide significantly smaller coverage area than traditional cell towers. DAS networks involve the use of transceiver equipment at a central hub site to support multiple antenna locations throughout the coverage area and can also be deployed to serve multiple wireless carriers or operators. There have been two important Commission documents released in the recent past on DAS and small cells. The first of those is the Commission's Infrastructure Report and Order, which was released in October of 2014. There, the Commission recognized that DAS networks and small cell facilities can often be installed on utility poles, buildings, and other existing structures with no potential to cause effects on historic properties. The Commission then established targeted exceptions in that order from historic preservation review for DAS and other small cells in certain cases. These exclusions apply to co-locations that were not previously excluded from review because the underlying structures are more than 45 years old. The first group was for utility structures, and this exclusion included size limitations and also provided for no new ground disturbance. The second was for buildings and non-tower structures. Here there must be an existing antenna. The order adopted proximity, visibility, size requirements, provided for no new ground disturbance, and adopted zoning and historic preservation conditions. For both of those groups, the exclusion extends only to small facility deployments that are not, first, inside the boundary of a historic district or within 250 feet of the boundary of a historic district. Next, located on a structure that is a designated National Historic Landmark or is listed on or eligible for listing on the National Register of Historic Places, or the subject of a pending complaint alleging an adverse effect on historic properties. In the order, the Commission went on to stress that there is room for additional improvement to its process, but added that more comprehensive measures would require additional consideration and would be more appropriately addressed through a program alternative. The Commission stated that it expected it would take between 18 and 24 months from the release of the report and order in October of 2014 to complete the process for a program alternative. So the second of the two documents I mentioned here is the Wireless Telecommunications Bureau's Public Notice and Scoping document. This was released last July, so that was precisely July 28, 2015. That document described options and sought comment on potentially amending the nationwide programmatic agreement for the co-location of wireless antennas to address the historic preservation review of deployments of small wireless communications facilities. As stated there, the goal is to adopt provisions specific to the review of small wireless facility deployments that meet specified criteria. Exclusions and other provisions to amend the existing co-location agreement would supplement the two targeted exclusions from 106 review for DAS small cell deployments that were adopted in the infrastructure report and order, as well as exclusions set forth in the co-location agreement. The document, or the public notice, also indicated that new and additional infrastructure deployments are necessary to meet the increasing demand for advanced wireless services and greater bandwidth. Also noted that new infrastructure technologies, particularly the DAS and small cells, are deployed in order to increase coverage and capacity in both indoor and outdoor environments. The public notice sought comment on several possible exclusions for small wireless communications co-locations. Very briefly, and these are detailed more extensively within the scoping document. Small deployments, small deployments not on historic properties or in or near historic districts. Comment was sought on an exclusion for small facility deployments on structures more than 45 years of age, where the deployments meet specified volume limits, involve no new ground disturbance, and are not on historic properties or in or near a historic district. The second are minimally visible small deployments on historic properties and in or near historic properties. Here, comment was sought on an exclusion for small facility deployments located on historic properties or in or near a historic district if they meet specified size or volume limits, cause no new ground disturbance, meet visibility restrictions, comply in their installation with the Secretary of the Interior's standards and guidelines for historic preservation, and comply with conditions on other nearby deployments. The scoping document also sought comment on additional exclusions for small facility deployments on historic properties or in or near a historic district, regardless of visibility limitations, in certain limited circumstances, such as deployments of small facilities on utility poles, light posts, and traffic lights, deployments of small facilities in certain locations, such as utility or communications rights-of-way, and replacements or modifications of existing small facilities where the replacement meets specified volume and size limits. Where this stands, comments were submitted in response to the scoping document. I believe we received approximately 18 comments. The Commission staff has been in discussions with the Advisory Council on Historic Preservation and the National Conference of State Historic Preservation Officers, and those discussions have been ongoing. The Commission staff is in the final stages of developing a program alternative. It will be releasing a public notice very soon, and we'll be seeking comment in there. Again, the Commission in its October 2014 order said it was expected that the process would conclude in a window of April to October 2016, and we're on schedule to meet that October deadline. So, are there any questions?
Any questions for Bill? Okay. I guess it's stay tuned for further information. Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay. Thanks for doing that. I guess we'll continue on our agenda. Erica Rosenberg, who is an associate chief in the CIPD division. Well, assistant chief, whatever. She's a manager. Is going to talk about the NEPA process, and then after this, then we'll take questions, and of course we'll do our lunch break. So, huh? Hang on a second.
Should we ask Cecilia?
Which button do I push to get the slideshow up? Huh? Oh, okay.
Oh, the slide issues.
There you go. Okay, there you go.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, thank you.
And
Okay.
pull the microphone close. Or we'll use this one.
Is that one?
Oh, they both work.
They both work?
Yes.
Everybody hear me? Okay. Okay. Good morning. I'm going to give some background on NEPA, the National Environmental Policy Act, an overview of FCC's rules implementing NEPA, and some nuts and bolts of complying with our rules. So NEPA was enacted in 1969. It's the Magna Carta of environmental law, declaring a lofty policy of using all means to create and maintain conditions under which man and nature can exist in productive harmony and fulfill social, economic, and other requirements of present and future generations of Americans. It requires agencies to consider and disclose the environmental effects of their major actions to improve decision-making and encourage transparency, public participation, and accountability. It requires agencies to integrate environmental considerations into their decisions, and it makes environmental protection part of every agency's mandate. NEPA does not mandate an outcome. It does not prohibit development or prevent a project from moving forward. It just sets out a process that requires consideration of environmental effects and alternatives in order to mitigate those effects. Agencies adopt their own NEPA procedures, and CEQ, the Council on Environmental Quality, oversees NEPA implementation. NEPA defines effects broadly to include ecological, aesthetic, historic, social, and cumulative and indirect effects. Actions also are defined broadly to include programs, rules, funding, licensing, permitting. Most people associate NEPA triggers with projects like highways or dams or mines, but actually it's federal actions that triggers it, and which are far broader. NEPA has 3 levels of review depending on the significance of the effect, which in turn depends on the context and intensity. Imagine a wind turbine in Yellowstone as opposed to in an industrial zone. First, environmental impact statements, where impacts will be significant. So it's a detailed analysis and disclosure of actions and alternatives. For example, a federal land exchange, a major timber sale, FirstNet. Second is environmental assessments for actions that may have a significant effect. It's less analysis than an EIS. If there's no significant effect, the agency issues a finding of no significant impact, a FONSI. Otherwise, it proceeds to an environmental impact statement. And finally, categorical exclusions for actions or types of actions with minimal or no impacts to the environment, both individually and cumulatively. It might be building in a right-of-way or cleaning up debris after a storm, painting a fence, those types of minimal, impactful actions. Extraordinary circumstances are circumstances like the presence of wetlands, sensitive ecosystems, or of endangered species, or significant ground disturbance that remove a project from a categorical exclusion and require more analysis. Agencies can also do programmatic EISs and EAs, for example, on a wind energy program or a forest plan. FirstNet has done 5 regional programmatic EISs on its program, and RUS has done a programmatic EA for its funding deployment of broadband infrastructure. Reviews can look at a broad panoply of effects that are often addressed by other statutes, including endangered species, historic preservation, air quality, coastal zones, water quality, as well as social and economic impacts. FCC has not done an EIS. It completed a programmatic EA in 2012 that looked at registered towers with a focus on impacts to migratory birds. All other NEPA documents are EAs for individual facilities. So FCC's NEPA process. Compliance with NEPA rests with the FCC. It is a federal obligation. Actions that trigger agency NEPA obligations are registering and licensing wireless operations from towers and facilities. We have delegated the initial assessment of whether a proposed facility is categorically excluded and certification to that effect if required, as well as preparation of EAs to licensees and applicants. We have categorically excluded from NEPA processing, that is an EA or an EIS, all agency actions except those associated with construction of facilities that fall into certain categories. The categories are facilities that involve high-intensity lighting in a residentially zoned area, or would cause RF emission exposures in excess of FCC-established limits, or involve certain sites and circumstances. 1 will be located in an officially designated wilderness area. 2 will be located in an officially designated wildlife preserve. Since wilderness is on federal land and wildlife preserves are generally on federal land, we defer to the land management agencies for NEPA compliance for these 2 categories of extraordinary circumstances. 3 may affect listed or jeopardized proposed threatened or endangered species or designated critical habitat. 4 may affect districts, sites, buildings, structures, or objects significant in American history, architecture, archaeology, engineering, or culture that are listed or are eligible for listing in the National Register of Historic Places. That's NHPA compliance. 5 may affect Indian religious sites, also NHPA. 6 will be located in a floodplain. 7, whose construction will involve, quote, significant change in surface features, e.g. wetland fill, deforestation, or water diversion. Or 8 would be over 450 feet above ground level, and therefore may affect migratory birds. If any of these circumstances are present, EAs are triggered. For example, if a site may have significant visual impacts in a recognized scenic area, we may order more environmental processing, particularly if the site did not require a local zoning review and approval. Again, context is key in NEPA, so that a tower in an industrial or commercial zone is different from a tower in a tourist town or park in terms of effects. The extent of controversy over environmental impacts, not just NIMBY, is also an important factor. The FCC NEPA process provides notices to local governments, interest groups, and tribes to identify and address issues early in the process and to minimize effects and project delays. So who needs to comply with our environmental rules? The rules apply to all wireless registrants, licensees, and applicants. That's commercial licensees, broadcasters, utilities, public safety entities, railroads, mining companies, tower registrants. So registrants are ASR, Antenna Structure Registration System, links to our NEPA regulations. The regulations require pre-construction registration for any structure housing antennae for FCC licensed spectrum that requires notice to the FAA for painting and lighting requirements. Notice to the FAA is required when antenna structures are over 200 feet in a glide slope or require a no hazard determination for some other reason. Although originally addressing aviation safety, the ASR regulations now also establish environmental notification requirements, both local and national 30-day notice, which generally registrants must comply with. ASR requirements apply to the tower owner, which may be a third party and not an FCC licensee. Because registration is the federal action, our environmental requirements apply to non-licensee owners of registered towers. In addition, non-licensee tower owners that do not otherwise require registration should use the ASR process as the vehicle for filing EAs and registering the tower, where an EA is required under our rules. This submission is important to ensure that the tower is readily available for co-location by licensees whose facilities must comply with NEPA requirements, and the tower becomes registered through this process. Structures that will be used only for antennas using unlicensed spectrum do not need to be registered. And for licensees, some FCC licenses are for operations at a specific location, while others authorize use of spectrum over a geographic area. For a site-specific license, it is known at the time of licensing what infrastructure will be needed, so the applicant must comply with our environmental rules at that time. For a geographic license, infrastructure needs are typically developed over time after the license is issued. Accordingly, the rules require environmental review before constructing new facilities. If a facility may have a significant environmental impact, licensees must apply for a license modification and file an EA along with the application in order to comply with licensing requirements. Even with a license, building without following our environmental rules at 47 CFR 1.1301 can constitute a violation of our rules. licensing and registering rules, not just environmental compliance rules, and could subject the constructing party to enforcement action. So here's how to comply with our rules. This is a very simple flow chart of our process. This is Form 854. This is Form 601 process, and there are copies of these available if anyone's interested. FCC forms for licensees and registrants ask about a project's environmental effects. It is the applicant's duty to consider the effects of its proposed facilities before filing an application and certifying the answer. Certifying means all statements are, quote, true, complete, correct, and made in good faith, unquote. We've developed a NEPA checklist to assist applicants in determining whether an EA is required for any particular project. We're in the process of updating the checklist, and we'll hopefully have that ready soon. The checklist is a summary of the rules, so we can recommend referring to our rules to make sure you've covered everything. The new checklist will also spell out in more detail what an EA must contain. In addition, it may behoove the applicant to think more broadly about other potentially significant impacts and to consider them. For example, a project near a scenic byway or on a caribou migration path. Considering these effects upfront is not only consistent with the idea behind the NEPA process, open, transparent, and improved public planning and decision-making, but can help guard against the process being slowed down if the agency or the public raise these issues or effects later in the process. Form 601 is the Wireless Bureau's licensing form used when getting a site-specific or geographic area license. Form 601 is also used to file a major modification when a tower built under geographic area license requires an EA. For Form 854, an application for antenna structure registration, is for both licensees and non-licensees who need a no-hazard determination from the FAA. Non-licensees, that would be tower owners, who do not otherwise need to register the towers should also use Form 854 when the tower requires an EA, for example, if it's in a floodplain. Licensees who have towers over 200 feet need to file both Forms 601 and 854, but the EA is filed with the Form 854. I know it's confusing. Anyway, even if the applicant has determined that no EA is required, the registration must still go through a public notification system. If the answer is yes to any of the impact questions about the projects having a significant effect on the forms, EAs are required. On Form 601, the instructions for filling out various schedules are in different places, item 22 and 48. Anyway, now they more clearly reflect the rules in outlining the analysis required for determining whether an EA is required. On Form 854, item 48 also asks whether the project might have a significant effect on the environment, and the instructions have been similarly revised to better reflect our rules. Again, before certifying, the applicant should review the regulatory checklist to determine whether the project might have a significant effect on the environment. I know I've said that over and over, but it's like before you certify, you have to do the checklist. That's one of the key messages. If you have questions about what a significant effect on the environment means, please ask us. And remember, height and design are not determinants of whether a proposed structure might have an effect. Also, projects or facilities include not just antenna structures, but equipment cabinets, parking, fencing, roads, trenching, power and fiber connections, and their operation and maintenance. So you have to consider the effects of all of those when certifying your answer. If the applicant reviews the checklist and concludes no potential significant effect, the project is categorically excluded and the application is granted, unless the FCC identifies extraordinary circumstances through public comment or its own that require more environmental processing. Again, the public can request and the agency can order additional environmental review on issues considered or on issues beyond the checklist. The agency can also look for more information and mitigation to reduce impacts to decide whether to issue a FONSI. If the tower requires registration or a site-specific license for another reason, the applicant must certify completion of environmental review, but is not required to provide supporting documentation. If the structure is not categorically excluded, that is, the project falls into any of the categories, the applicant must file an EA and get a FONSI before building. Like CE assessments, that's categorical exclusion assessments, we have delegated preparation of EAs and associated legwork to licensees and applicants. We review the submissions. As part of the checklist process, applicants use various tools and maps and informally consult with Fish and Wildlife for ESA purposes and consult with SHPOs and TIPOs, and others today will cover this part of the process in more depth. If there are issues with any of the checklist categories, applicants submit EAs from which the Bureau or Commission can determine whether the proposal will have a significant environmental effect. Applicants can also eliminate or mitigate some issues by finding alternative sites or working with Fish and Wildlife and SHPOs, and this is really the point of the process. Just to give you a sense of how many we review, in 2014, the Wireless Bureau reviewed 200 EAs. From November 2015 to March 2016, we received 170 EAs, about half from railroads, which were all in a floodplain. Most EAs are required for floodplain reasons, which require getting a building permit and elevating structures, but some have wetlands issues or effects related to historic preservation, endangered species, or over 450 feet. So what's in an EA? Under our rules, an EA must include a description of facilities and site and lighting, zoning classification, communications with and proceedings before any zoning or environmental commission, a statement about whether the facility has been a source of controversy on environmental grounds in the local community, a discussion of environmental and other considerations which led to the site selection, the nature and extent of unavoidable adverse effects and alternative sites that have been or may be considered. It must also address any feature of the site which has special environmental significance, including, for example, migration paths for birds or other wildlife. It also must detail any substantial change in the character of the land utilized. In addition, the rule indicates that in any sensitive protected area, the statements must discuss the effect of, quote, the continuing pattern of human intrusion into the area, e.g. necessitated by the operation and maintenance of the facilities. Site approval evidence from local and federal authorities is required as well. Again, others will speak more about the contents of the EA, but more specific requirements tied to the regulatory checklist. So Steve and Joelle and Jill will all talk about these sorts of things. But I do want to stress that EAs are not simply a review of the checklist items. They're a more detailed look at potentially significant environmental effects of the action once an impact or potential impact triggers an EA. Those effects can include, for example, visual effects to resources other than historic, effects to any features of the site that have special environmental significance, like a scenic or coastal area, significant ground disturbance or tree removal activities, or cumulative effects of multiple towers. While our rules do not expressly require all these considerations, it is worthwhile and consistent with the purposes of NEPA to consider and address what extraordinary circumstances might make the action or tower construction have a potentially greater impact. The regulations provide for an opportunity for public comment on the EA and community notice on a FONSI and allow an interested person to submit comments justifying environmental consideration in the decision-making process. If the Commission finds a significant effect, it will allow the applicant to amend its application to reduce, minimize, or eliminate environmental problems, or withdraw the application, or the agency can do an EIS, but it never has. After a 30 days notice period, and if no complaints or comments are received, we issue a FONSI and grant the application, usually within 45 days. If Form 601 is used, that is, there's no tower registration, certifications of no environmental effect require no paperwork and do not go out for notice and comment. Both EAs and CADXs are noticed when filed with Form 854. Just a quick comment about other agencies. Under our rules, an EA doesn't need to be submitted if another federal agency is doing the NEPA process. But again, 2 items on our checklist, wilderness and wildlife preserves, are generally on federal lands, so EAs and EISs are sufficient, but if the federal agency has CADX'd the action, which is highly unlikely, it still has to go through our process. Finally, I just wanted to give you a few examples of what happens when towers are built without going through our process or going through our process improperly, and the environmental effects of such noncompliance. There have been significant impacts to a range of historic sites and districts. For example, in Medora, North Dakota, a 180-foot tower was constructed near 5 National Register sites. In Fowler's Mill, Ohio, a historic district, a 180-foot tower was built near the historic district. In Chimayo, New Mexico, a tower was built near a historic village famous for its 1816 adobe chapel and pilgrimage site. In Taos, New Mexico, a 195-foot tower was built near the Taos Pueblo, which is a National Historic Landmark and a World Heritage Site. Sacred sites have also been destroyed, desecrated, or damaged when towers were built. For example, on burial mounds in Iowa, North Dakota, New Mexico, Idaho. An archaeological district and petroglyphs were also affected in New Mexico. And endangered species have also been affected. In Michigan, 179 towers were built without going through the process. About 50 of those were in sensitive species habitat, including in breeding sites and migration paths of the Kirtland warbler, which is the yellow bird pictured. Other examples are a tower that was when a tower builder cleared habitat in Puerto Rico, habitat of the Puerto Rican nightjar, which is pictured there. And it's an exceedingly endangered bird with a population estimated at most 2,000. And other impacts to threatened and endangered species in Puerto Rico have led the Puerto Rican Office of the Fish and Wildlife Service to rescind a blanket clearance letter that it had issued previously to streamline the process, but there's been enough destruction of habitat that they now have revoked that. And Joelle can tell you more about that process and more about endangered species. So I just want to leave you with some reminders and mention that there are some handouts on NEPA and those flow charts on the table over there. If anybody has any questions?
While the microphones are looking for a place to light, we got a question through the live question system asking us, actually it's a 2-part question that I'll move into one. And they wanted to know what our definition of dirt disturbance is. And I think because we have the panel discussion this afternoon on the archaeology and communications towers, I'm going to hold this question until then, until we get the folks that do this on a regular basis. Because I have my own definition, which I'll share at that time. But I think it's a good question. But I think we'll deal with it at that point, if the questioner doesn't mind. Okay. Any questions in the room?
It's all clear? Okay.
Okay. You're not off the hook.
This is for those tower owners who build without approval.
we have a process, and what I will say, and Erica may have another thought, is that it's a violation of FCC regulations, and we have enforcement authority, and I'll leave it at that. That's my response. How about Erica? Okay, there's actually two parts to the question. Was basically about what's the penalty, if any, for constructing a communications tower without going through the environmental compliance process. And the answer actually properly needs to be answered. There's two pieces of that. If you're part of the non-compliant tower process, whether it's a Twilight Tower or some other tower that was constructed a number of years ago, we're going to deal with that as part of the non-compliant tower initiative that Chad Breckenridge spoke about earlier. If, however, you've got a tower that didn't go through the Section 106 process in, say, the past year, you violated the rules, and actually Erica is the one that is leading that initiative. Each response is situational. It depends on what you're doing, but we've got a response. And Chad has an answer as well.
I'll chime in. I'll say it's often very case specific. I don't think there's a way to say that there's sort of a cut and dried approach that we'll take in response to any particular violation of the rules. But I think Steve's right that we do have enforcement authority in this area, so that's always a possibility. But in many cases, it doesn't rise to that. But it's sort of a case by case situation.
This is Erica from the Rural Utilities Service. If somebody didn't follow the rules or didn't go through Section 106 in the last year, for instance, as you said, we could de-obligate funding. Rural Utilities Service provides low-interest loans for people that are building towers or communication systems, water systems, and electric systems. So we could actually take the money back from them if they didn't follow Section 106.
Mm-hmm. I mean, actually, we've had that situation with RUS, and we didn't really talk about it in this session today, but there are a number of federal agencies through the program comment that use the FCC process. Rural Utility Service, USDA is one, FirstNet's another, FEMA, Department of Homeland Security is another. We've coordinated our efforts with RUS on a tower project from a couple of years ago where the tower was put up without properly going through the Section 106 process. And Eric and I spent a lot of time with the tower constructor rectifying the situation. And again, it's Chad said, it's situational. That had an adverse effect on a series of petroglyphs. So Eric actually alluded to the situation. Anybody else? Okay, if not, let's see. What?
I'm sorry, I just want to say there's one slide with my contact information on it, and if anybody has any questions, feel free to contact me. There it is.
Yeah.
And I think that the slides will also be online.
Yeah, actually, that
my
was
contact information.
That was my next comment before we broke for lunch.
Okay.
That if you're looking for the presentations for today or from yesterday, go to the events page on the main page of the FCC website, fcc.gov, and click on the events tab, and you'll see the webinar from yesterday and from today. Obviously, the one for today is not going to be there today, so give the meeting room staff here till tomorrow to get that posted, but we'll be there. I'm not sure how long it stays up, but it stays up for quite some time. Okay, we're doing really good today about staying pretty much on time. I'd like us to make a reasonable and good faith effort to get back here by 1 o'clock so we can continue the afternoon. Remember, that's one of the themes for today's workshop is reasonable and good faith effort. So be back at 1. Thank you all very much. Good afternoon. Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for I can wait for them to catch up with me. There we go. Thank you for coming back. I hope that was a sign that you had a good morning. We have lots more good information for you this afternoon and lots of opportunities for questions, which brings me up 2 reminders. One is that if you're in the commission meeting room and you have a question, make sure you wait for the microphone to come to you. If you're on the other side of the commission meeting room on the internet, if you have questions, the questions should be sent to live questions as a single word at fcc.gov. And we'll include yours in the pile as we go through. If for some reason there's a question we can't necessarily answer, we'll respond to you online through a return email. So your questions will be answered, so don't worry about that. Our first presenter this afternoon is Jill Springer, who is the Deputy Federal Preservation Officer, and you have no idea how glad I am that you're in you're a year and a half now here.
I am.
Yeah, so it's made life a whole lot easier. And as I said earlier, Jill and I are mostly interchangeable because we have the same views and same definitions of things. So it's been working out very well for everybody, not just the FCC staff, but for those of you who do tower work and infrastructure work. Her presentation this afternoon is based on her experiences with the railroads. She's been doing the bulk of the positive train control Section 106 reviews as a result of the program comment from the Advisory Council on that PTC program. And she's also gained a lot of experience with the railroads and the work that they do on non-PTC poles in their rights-of-way and around their track lines. And I think you'll find, even if you're not involved with one of the railroads as a member of the railroad or as a consultant to a railroad, you'll find the things that she has to say very helpful for just general tower work for caution. So with that, Jill?
Thank you. Good afternoon. Can we get the slides up? Thank you. So we talked about possibly doing a PTC presentation, but we're now about 2 years into that and hopefully well underway. So thought I would do a brief update on where we are with positive train control and then talk about some of the other issues that we've been having and seeing and supporting here with other types of wireless infrastructure and railroad rights-of-way. So most people are aware, if you're a consultant who deals with PTC, certainly if you're a railroad, that the implementation deadline was extended by Congress to 2018. Initially, when the Rail Safety Act was issued, the deadline was the end of the year of 2015 to implement and install all of the positive train control. So it has been extended by 3 years. Despite this, we still have the program comment. Most of the major freight railroads report that they're still trying to complete their environmental clearances as early as possible. Most of them, when we met at the end of last year, cited that they were interested in getting these done in 2016 so they can proceed with the deployment and testing and the other things that are necessary to get this important safety system underway. So as it was written by the Advisory Council, the program comment is and remains in effect until 2021. So we didn't have to do any extension for the Section 106 review portion of the positive train control extension. If any of you do deal with positive train control, you might be aware that the program comment has some additional efficiencies beyond the nationwide programmatic agreement. There are certain types of infrastructure that are excluded from Section 106 review. APEs are limited even further. They're limited to a quarter of a mile. The reviews that SHPOs and tribal nations do are concurrent. They're 30-day reviews. And it's a much more, I would say, assertive and aggressive process in terms of the requirement for response. And then in the cases where adverse effects are identified, we actually jump right to something called an adverse effect agreement, where the railroad and the consultant works with the tribe or the SHPO to determine monitoring or what would be a requirement to avoid or minimize effects associated with the PTC poles. So we keep very good records. If you have tracked this PTC issue over the past few years, when the railroads first came to the commission to talk about installing this infrastructure, they estimated that they had about, or would need about 30,000 poles to cover about 60,000 miles of railroad that required PTC. And at that point, we had a challenge because a number of poles had been deployed without a full understanding of the Commission's environmental rules. And so there were memorandums of understanding that were established with the railroads to mitigate for that. And a cultural resource fund was established that's been actually doing some great things, making some grants to the tribes and the SHPOs in the states and areas where those poles were constructed. But since the program comment went into effect in May of 2014, we have processed a total of 13,586 poles, and you can see the bulk of those have come through the major freight railroads, but we also are increasingly working with commuter railroads and Amtrak on their deployments in urban areas. So the vast majority of the PTC poles have been cleared with no effects or no adverse effects. When we have identified poles where we have had concerns that an adverse effect was possible, we do require the railroad to explore alternative sites. That's kind of tricky with PTC because it's very dependent on being a certain distance from the rail lines and the poles being engineered to happen in a linear fashion so the system can work. So if alternative sites and avoidance is not possible, we encourage all the railroads to let us know, particularly me, as Steve mentioned. My coming to the commission a year and a half ago is not coincidentally associated with the 30,000 poles that were coming as a part of PTC. And then we work closely with the SHPOs and or the tribal nations who are concerned about resources to determine avoidance or monitoring or mitigation and finalize that in an adverse effect agreement. We've to date only had one adverse effect that's required the advisory council to be notified and to determine whether they wanted to participate. And just as is the case with our regular infrastructure, when there are adverse effects under positive train control, that is one of the triggers that Erica mentioned for requiring an environmental assessment under our environmental rules. So we're now in the situation where some of the railroads who are really organized had submitted their poles for clearances a year and a half or 2 years ago, and not all of these have been constructed. So I do remind railroads all the time, if your project's been approved more than a year ago or quite some time ago, you should just check with the state, see if there are guidelines or expectations about how long that approval is good. We deal with National Register listed or eligible sites, and the list of those sites is growing all the time and being added to, so states have different requirements about how long their approvals are in force. And then the other thing that's really important is that you confirm that the project that you now intend to construct is the same as the one the SHPO reviewed and approved 2 years ago. Because we have seen a couple of sites that have changed in engineering and moved to locations that required new reviews or check back in with the SHPO on the scope of work. If the project changes prior to construction, let us know. We'll help you work out whether or not you need to do a new review. In some cases, it has implications on the E106 and the TCNS systems. Projects can be withdrawn, projects can be revised, and our staff in Gettysburg are really great about figuring out what the best technical solution is for the situation. And it is really important to remember that no construction is possible until all of the environmental reviews, including the Section 106 review, and if an EA is required, the EA has been submitted and gone on notice. All of those things have to be done before any shovels go into the ground. I do have some guidance here if you're resubmitting or revising a project. If you're updating an E106 filing using the same number, it automatically generates an email notification to the tribes who've expressed interest in the project. So if you're doing a change within the system, the tribes are going to be notified about it. We have seen some situations where consultants have actually put a totally new E106 number in, maybe withdrawn the original one. And when that happens, in order to make sure that the tribes are notified appropriately, either a new TCNS notification needs to go in with a statement that references the original TCNS number, or again, the great folks in Gettysburg who make sure that the E106 and TCNS system works can always be contacted with an e-support request, and they'll help you do what you need to do. And update the notification with the project changes and resetting all the information to go back out as it should. So we have increasingly been seeing, now that we're getting hopefully towards the end of the PTC reviews, a number of regular polls, non-PTC polls, that are required to go through our regular Section 106 process under the NPA. That would include PTC poles that are more than 75 feet tall. PTC poles that are outside of railroad rights-of-way also need to go through the regular process. And then non-PTC poles, we have dealt with advanced train control system poles, PTC base stations, Wi-Fi poles, especially with the commuter railroads, and then other types of infrastructure. We have learned that railroad police entities have radio needs that require towers and poles. One of the things that has come as sort of something that we've been dealing with, a surprise, and to an extent to some of the reviewers, both the SHPOs and the tribal nations, is the awareness that most non-FCC regulated construction that happens in railroad rights-of-way, like double tracking, other types of expansion, is exempted from environmental or historic preservation, and even sometimes local reviews. So in some cases, it's been a learning process where we have had archaeologists and consultants submitting a report on a very small APE for maybe a 40-foot pole, and it's evident in the documentation that there's other construction and disturbance going on, and that's simply not the FCC's undertaking. So, we do encourage consultants in particular who see this and notice it to explain it in the report, because tribes are going to notice it and SHPOs are going to notice it, and it's important to delineate what is the undertaking that is subject to NEPA and NHPA for the FCC from the other things that they see that is private railroad work. The direct APE for FCC undertakings includes all, but only the work that's associated with a tower or pole. So trenching, staging, and any associated infrastructure, including cabinets or power sources, need to be accounted for. I put a couple of lessons learned in here just to describe some of the things that have come about because of projects that have been challenging or have actually identified issues. It is really important to take exceptional care when the railroads are aware of cultural resources in their right-of-way from past experience. We had a situation fairly recently where a railroad knew that when they put their original track in around the turn of the century, that they had impacted a mound site that was adjacent to the track. And the SHPO and tribal nation who were directly involved expressed concern about the proximity that the PTC pole was proposed to this site. But somehow, in the course of doing the actual review, the consultant didn't sufficiently define the APE, and despite the fact that there were monitors who were actually there on site, when utility trenching was undertaken that was not fully described in the report, artifacts associated with the mound were identified. And it was an unfortunate situation that better care in producing the report and a little bit more attention likely could have avoided happening. We had to stop work, which is costly for everyone. And in this case, we actually required mitigation through an MOA instead of an adverse effect agreement. Delayed or modified projects require special care to ensure that all parties receive the notification as well as full and accurate information. So we had another example of a project that was originally submitted as an excluded PTC site and then due to delays was withdrawn for a time. When the project became active again, a new E106 notification was made, but there was no new TCNS number and no updates made within TCNS. So based on the new information, the SHPO identified concerns that required monitoring, but the tribes weren't getting the same information that the SHPO got. They weren't able to see the letters or be aware of what the concerns were. A side note in this case, once the SHPO expressed the types of concerns that they did, the infrastructure couldn't have been considered as excluded any longer because there was a site there. The monitor contacted us to ask what the status was of tribal notification and the interest of the tribes. And once we found out and identified that the administrative part of the project hadn't been handled properly, we again had to stop work and make sure that the tribes were adequately notified before the project could proceed. And then the last issue is just, despite the fact that this is for PTC an expedited and a streamlined process, we still very much emphasize that flexibility is required to protect resources when we identify them. We had a situation where a 65-foot PTC pole was proposed in a highly sensitive and scenic area that was associated with the creation story of several tribal nations. It was considered a traditional cultural property. And when one of the tribes requested a viewshed analysis, which is beyond technically the scope of the program comment, the consultant really didn't view it probably as sensitively as we might have hoped and referred it to us. We did agree in this case that viewshed analysis was necessary, but we also talked to the railroad about this specific area, and once they became aware of what the concerns were, they were able to review the location and redesign to move the pole outside of the TCP. This is a view towards that proposed pole location, and it was a situation where in this environment, not only would it have had an impact on the landscape, but it would have had impact on some of the characteristics of this area that were of concern to the tribe. So that is basically the PTC update and just a little overview of some of the things, some of the fun we've been having with railroads and railroad rights-of-way. Are there any questions?
While you're thinking about questions and they're bringing the microphones around, one of the things that Jill's presentation highlights, and we'll talk about it a little bit later this afternoon with the archaeology and the communications towers, is that a lot of the things that Jill and I do and that we would expect the consulting firms that are actually at these tower sites is to use a little common sense. If you're at the junction of a river or a stream or whatever, think about what use that area might have been done by the tribes or early settlers or whomever. Think about what might have been there. If you're doing work next to a mound or a national park that has signs all over it saying I'm a national park, think about what that might mean for the Section 106 process. So don't just pay attention to what's in the forms. Stand up and look around, and that might help make your Form 620s a little more effective in getting them through tribal and SHPO review.
I think we have a question over there.
Hi. Jill, I'm not sure this is a question you can answer, but you gave a couple of examples of historic properties that were essentially missed through various different reasons. To what extent do you think that was due to the expedited tribal consultation process or some other part of the expedited process for PTC?
I don't think it was associated with the expedited process. I do think it was a situation where the consultant should have asked a little bit more of the railroad in terms of what the project was. It was following particularly the situation with the mound site, we actually reissued a reminder to all of the railroads that just because we talk a lot about the poles and the height of the pole and this and that, what is required to get power to that pole and what is required to operate and make sure that that pole is functioning is part of the undertaking. And so I wouldn't say it was the expedited process, but I do think probably that the railroads have had a learning curve because of PTC. And again, they do a lot of different types of work that don't require these type of reviews. So I think people were a little too focused on the pole.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
Okay, that went well.
Thanks, Steve.
I just sat here. You did all the work. Our next presentation is going to be from Dr. Joelle Gearing, and before she does that, I need to get the proper phrasing for this. We received word yesterday, actually through Joelle, that the FAA and the FCC had received the Presidential Award from the Council for the Conservation of Migratory Birds. And at the FCC, that means Joelle received the Presidential Award. So congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. And as many of you know, it certainly was not just Joelle, and there's actually people in the room who have been part of this process for the last 13 years with me, and which involved finding out what the issue was with migratory birds and communications towers, doing the research, the field research, picking up the dead birds to find out how to resolve it, then working with industry to find out what might work for them, and then working on policy with the FAA, and now we're at this stage today. So it's been a long process, and some of these things require persistence and patience, but we've accomplished a lot. So thank you to those people in the room who have been a part of it for a long time.
Okay, thank you. And I'll leave you to your presentation.
Thank you. And if we could get my slides up, that would be great. Hopefully they have it. Yes.
Let's see. We
Do we have to do something?
Yeah, we've got to get it onto full screen. From beginning. That's the wrong one.
Oh. It's actually the wrong one, yes.
Oh, okay.
I apologize if I was supposed to do something.
Do you know which one?
That one, second one. I thought that they were doing it in the room. Okay, good. Here we are. Thank you. Okay, so today we'll be talking about some of the biological review issues, the FAA tower lighting, which was just alluded to with that introduction, and northern long-eared bat issues, which is kind of a new thing for most of us. So we'll be talking about threatened and endangered species, northern long-eared bat, migratory birds, and the new FAA advisory circular, and then we'll talk a little bit about bald eagles and golden eagles and some of the challenges that we're running into within this industry. Starting off with threatened and endangered species. Most of you are familiar with these issues. Applicants must determine whether any proposed facilities may affect listed, threatened, or endangered species or their designated critical habitats, are likely to jeopardize the continued existence of those resources. Applicants are also required to notify the FCC and file an environmental assessment if any of these conditions exist. Okay, and I would like to point out that this includes both plants and animals. Oftentimes we think about animals strictly when we think about endangered species, but it does include many species of plants as well, and we are responsible for considering all of those. And it's important that we determine whether these resources are present at a proposed facility site. Most of you, I think, are familiar with the relatively new IPAC system, Information for Planning and Conservation. It's a Fish and Wildlife Service tool which is available online, and I think it's easy to use and excellent, and I hope that you are all finding the same to be true. It provides species lists, critical habitat designation, and it is available at the website you'll see there. And here's just a general tutorial, I guess, a very brief, on how to use this system. This is just an example of a site I chose from one of my son's favorite fishing spots in Michigan. And it allows this program or this software, this application allows you to delineate using imported shape files or actually drawing the area using their tools online. What area might be impacted. And as Erica mentioned earlier, this does not just include the exact spot of the tower. It includes the access to the site, any utilities going to the site, etc. And so I've tried to use an example with a road, for example, coming from a nearby road to the tower site. And then as you progress through this software, it allows you to see the overview of the site, the resources that would be there. It allows you to request a review species and resources with an official species list request possible as well. It also provides access to the contact information for the field office that would be representing this particular site. Continuing on, it allows you to look at which endangered species would be there. Birds of conservation concern are also listed on the site now, any refuges or hatcheries there, and then also a wetland component too, using National Wetland Inventory data. So in this particular site, we see piping plover, red knot listed. The next page, we'll see Indiana bat. It happens to be a dam right there with a lot of Indiana bats hibernating within it, and northern long-eared bats as well. Eastern Massasauga rattlesnake is apparently in the area, but there are no critical habitats, you can see from this slide. Again, going down in the migratory birds, it says that there's 16 listed in this particular site. This does not include all the migratory birds, but those of bird conservation, or those of conservation concern in particular. Okay, and again, this particular moment, the wildlife refuge and fish hatchery information was not working, but it usually does. And the wetlands, National Wetlands Inventory data is also available, which allows you to see what kind of wetland is at the site too. Okay, so using that tool, people are able to get a better understanding of what's there and allows you to go to the next step. And this would be a great example of a tool to use in some of that initial screening that was talked about this morning for potential tower sites. Okay, so if listed or proposed threatened or endangered species or designated proposed habitats are present in the county or counties where the action is located and would not be affected by the proposed structure, then it's important to explain how the applicant determined that there would be no effect and provide those materials with citations that form the basis for this determination, which could include maps, etc. Okay, if the proposed antenna structure may affect but is not likely to adversely affect, this is a time when it's important to get Fish and Wildlife Service concurrence with the applicant's informal biological assessment. If measures are proposed to mitigate any of these effects on species or habitats, the assessment must outline those measures with Fish and Wildlife Service concurrence. And Indiana bat may be a species that comes to mind for many of us, especially those of you who might work in Kentucky, because there are a lot of MOAs that are involved with that species in that particular field office region. Okay, if species are present, species that are protected and listed, and if the proposed antenna structure may affect and is likely to adversely affect these resources, then it's important to prepare a formal biological assessment, and the applicant should provide the formal biological assessment to the FCC for formal consultation with the Fish and Wildlife Service. And in this case, environmental assessment is important to also include for the application process. Okay, so again, this slide is just reviewing what we've just talked about. And I just want to emphasize that consideration of these resources and these processes is important. As Erica mentioned earlier, Puerto Rico has had some challenges with their blanket clearance letter, which has resulted in them actually revoking the letter, which means tower constructors and the Fish and Wildlife Service field office, that particular office, has additional work to complete anytime a tower goes in. And that does not benefit either the industry or the Fish and Wildlife Service. So it's important to consider these processes and to honor those blanket clearance letters or conditions that the Fish and Wildlife Service is placing on these projects. Regarding Puerto Rico, if anyone is working in those areas or is interested in those topics, I've provided a slide presentation that the Fish and Wildlife Service in Puerto Rico provided to us and asked to distribute with contact information regarding contact information for these issues and also some information regarding their processes. Okay, moving on to the northern long-eared bat. Okay, the northern long-eared bat is a species that many of us have probably had fly over our heads, and it's a species that used to be relatively common, but it has been struggling with the non-native white nose syndrome that has come into our country, and that's been occurring since 2007. This bat lives in forests and hibernates in caves, mines, and other cool, damp locations during the winter. And this white nose syndrome is causing a problem not only for the northern long-eared bat, but for any of these hibernating bats in the eastern United States, and actually now in the western United States as well. It's a fungus that grows on the muzzles and the ears and the wings, any of these skin exposed areas during hibernation. It causes them to have disrupted hibernation, and when you consider that this is a bat, with a body size of my thumb and with a very limited fat supply, which is now basically getting a fever during hibernation when its temperature is supposed to be cool. They're waking up, their hibernation is disrupted, they're waking up, they need to eat, there's nothing for them to eat because it's in the middle of winter, and they are then dying. So this is causing 90 to 100% fatality in the caves and hibernacula that it is occurring in, and it's spreading rapidly and in ways that and in locations that we didn't expect. We just had occurrences from the West Coast, which we had hoped we had some time before it would get that far, but it's spreading quite rapidly. We think that it has been spread by splunkers, which is a unique word for the people who enjoy climbing and squeezing into caves that are small, and off of their equipment that coming from Europe. We think that it has been spread to the United States and then continues to be spread that way, and now probably bat-to-bat exposure as well. White nose syndrome has caused significant declines in bat population and is continuing to spread. These species, the bat species, are important for insect consumption, for simple biodiversity, and biodiversity is not simple, let me clarify, but basically just biodiversity. They're important. They're important for pollination in some areas of the world as well. And so these are species that we should not take for granted. This is the range of the northern long-eared bat, meaning the area in gray. The area in orange is the white nose syndrome zone, considered in the final 4D rule. Now this, and the pink areas or red areas are counties or districts with white nose infected hibernacula. And the orange is a radius, 150-mile radius from those areas. Okay, so and basically we have just, as I've just explained, this disease is spreading, and so we can expect this map to change on a regular basis. I believe the Fish and Wildlife Service is updating this map, I believe on probably a monthly basis or every 2 months, and this map was just created April 29th, 2016, so I believe last week I put it together. The link to this site is included in the public notice that we just released late last week. And that was available in the handouts also on the table. So you can get more information from that public notice. But overall, the northern long-eared bat is listed as threatened now due to the spread of white nose syndrome. January 14, 2016, the Fish and Wildlife Service released final rule requiring protective measures. Tower projects in the northern long-eared bat's range must consider potential effects on the northern long-eared bat. All tower construction projects within the range of this bat must follow the Fish and Wildlife Service process for federal actions. And the link is provided below, as well as on the public notice that you have access to. In addition, if any of the text on these slides is too hard to read, please look at www.fcc.gov/events and look for today's event, and all of the information will be provided there as well. That's www.fcc.gov/events. Okay, so some additional information about the northern long-eared bat. So Section 7 consultation is required for tower proposals that will affect a northern long-eared bat hibernaculum or could alter the entrance or environment of a hibernaculum. Remember, this is a specific temperature and humidity within these resources. So even if we can't affect these areas even when the bats are not present. So that's number one. Number two would be consultation would be required if trees are removed within 0.25 miles of a hibernaculum, and that's at any time of the year. Or number three, remove a northern long-eared bat known occupied maternity roost tree, or any trees within 150 feet of a known occupied maternity roost tree from June 1st to July 31st. A maternity roost tree is where the females go to crawl underneath the bark and have their young. And that youngster will stay there while the female goes out and feeds and comes back and nurses. Yes, these flying things are mammals. It's quite amazing. Tree removal, this is important. Tree removal is considered and this is Fish and Wildlife Service definition from their 4D rule. That's considered cutting down, harvesting, destroying, trimming, or manipulating in any other way the trees, saplings, snags, or any other form of woody vegetation. When we think of tree removal, we often don't consider the saplings or the snags in that definition. So we need to consider that according to the Fish and Wildlife Service 4D rule. Fish and Wildlife Service recommends using the Natural Heritage Inventory databases. Those are typically statewide databases to identify the locations of maternity roost trees and hibernacula near project areas. This is a growing database, especially now that the species is listed. So this will be changing, and it's important to continue to visit these Natural Heritage Inventory databases to determine where these sensitive areas are. If proposed towers fall into any of the three categories I listed on the previous slide and that are listed in the 4D rule as referenced in the public notice, then if any of those fall into any of the three categories, then we need to contact the Fish and Wildlife Service field office nearest to the project area. U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Section 7 consultation triggers the need for environmental assessment with the FCC. So that's important for us to remember as well. Proposed projects within the northern long-eared bat range, but not in any of the three categories mentioned, they can opt to initiate Fish and Wildlife Service Section 7 consultation or use the framework to streamline Section 7 consultation. Link provided here, as well as in the public notice and the related information. This framework is intended to simplify the process and streamline and make more simple the process of considering this species in all projects. So the framework requires applicants to contact the Fish and Wildlife Service field office at least 30 days in advance of starting your project, funding, authorizing, carrying out an action, etc. And this contact with the Fish and Wildlife Service office should include a written description of the proposed project, the action area, and efforts to find roost and hibernacula location information. It should also be a request for coordination or consultation for any other listed species, if other species may be affected as well. And according to the framework that we are using now, the Fish and Wildlife Service, the most current framework, the Fish and Wildlife, it states that if the Fish and Wildlife Service does not respond to consultation documents within 30 days, the tower applicant can assume incidental take of northern long-eared bat from a particular project is not prohibited. So use of this framework to streamline Section 7 consultation does not trigger the need for an EA with the FCC, provided the Fish and Wildlife Service concurs with the determination of not likely to adversely affect or does not respond in that 30-day window. If the applicant does not conduct an activity as described in the determination document and it departs from it in any way that could possibly affect the bat, the departures must be promptly communicated to the field office for the Fish and Wildlife Service, as well as if any dead, injured, or sick northern long-eared bats are found at the site. That needs to be reported to the Fish and Wildlife Service as well. So we have some new things to consider regarding the northern long-eared bat and projects in the eastern United States. We encourage industry to follow the Fish and Wildlife Service recommendations. So this is an encouragement for the industry to consider the recommendations of the Fish and Wildlife Service for protecting this species. And that includes conducting tree removal outside of the pup season, June 1st to July 31st. That's bat pup season. They're called pups. And the active season from April 1st to October 31st to minimize the impacts at roosts not yet identified. The FCC also encourages to avoid clearing spring staging and fall swarming habitat within 5-mile radius of known hibernacula during staging and swarming seasons. That's within 5 miles. That's April 1st to May 15th and August 15th to November 14th. This is also included in the public notice. It's important to maintain dead trees and large trees when possible, minimize or only use herbicides and pesticides if unavoidable, and also minimize exterior lighting, opting for down-shielded light or motion sensor security lights under towers instead of a constant illumination. This is important for migratory songbirds as well, and sea turtles and night skies. Okay, so those are all some of the important things to consider with a northern long-eared bat. And again, you can contact us if you have any questions about that. Moving on to migratory birds and the new FAA advisory circular. Before we start that, I want to point out that this is the centennial for the Migratory Bird Treaty, which was between Canada, at that time worked with the British government, but it was now considered Canada and the United States. Mexico was, I think, added to the treaty about 20 years after that, but I'm not certain about that exact date. And I provided candy at the back of the room to celebrate this centennial, a diversity of colors, and afterward, if you'd like to quiz me on every single one of those colors, and that bowl of candy can be linked to a migratory bird. They are colorful and diverse, and you can quiz me and ask me, what's this blue candy represent? Cerulean warbler, of course. So you can do that afterwards if you'd like. Migratory birds play a key role in the U.S. economy, with billions of dollars being spent every year on not just hunting migratory ducks, but also bird watching and events related to that. Migratory birds are considered indicators of environmental health. They have environmental benefits such as pollination, insect control, rodent control, and seed dispersal. Many people consider them important to their cultural and spiritual beliefs. Recreation, I've mentioned hunting and bird watching as well. And migratory birds are often used as a conduit to connect people with nature. And these are all some of the values that the Fish and Wildlife Service considers the migratory birds to contribute to our society. We also know that an estimated 4 million to 50 million bird fatalities occur at communication towers every year in the United States. Scientists have refined that number in peer-reviewed literature to be approximately 6.8 million migratory birds in the United States and Canada. Almost all of these fatalities are considered violations of the Migratory Bird Treaty Act by the Fish and Wildlife Service. These birds are very small. Many of them are very small, and they are migrating from as far as the Arctic all the way down to the other Arctic, I should say the Antarctic, on the southern part of our globe. These are incredible organisms able to migrate very far distances. They are using stellar constellations to navigate. They're using polarized light along the horizons. They're using sunrise, sunset, and magnetic fields of the Earth, and some are even using landmarks to navigate not just to, Alaska down to Central America. No, we're talking a specific nest site in a specific shrub in Alaska down to a specific shrub in South America. It's incredible considering that I need a GPS to get across town. So we are starting to understand that the fatalities of these birds are probably linked to confusion due to the communication tower lights that have been used on communications towers in the past. And so we think that is the basis of this, of the attraction to the site and the collisions. And we'll talk a little bit more about some of these collision-related variables in a second. So the species that we are seeing as bird fatalities are most frequently songbirds: vireos, warblers, tanagers, sparrows, thrushes. We also see shorebirds and waterfowl underneath these towers as well. Some of the variables related to this issue include weather, with inclement, cloudy weather, poor visibility being one of the biggest variables. When the visibility is low, the risk of collisions with communication tower increases. And location in the landscape also seems to be important. Tower support system, is the tower guide or unguide? Tower height, tower lighting systems. Research that was conducted from Michigan State University before I came to the Federal Communications Commission was that we found that towers with guy wires resulted in higher levels of avian fatality than towers without guy wires. Okay, so our towers that are self-supported are not involved in nearly as many avian fatalities as those with guy wires. Taller towers resulted in significantly more avian fatalities than shorter towers. Okay, so some of these taller broadcast towers are unfortunately involved in more fatalities than some of the shorter monopole or unguided towers. We also found that steady burning or non-flashing lights on towers resulted in higher levels of avian fatalities than those towers with flashing lights. And this has been important as we try to address the bird collisions with the existing infrastructure that we have. We determined that by extinguishing those steady burning, or L810 lights, as we commonly refer to them as, we can reduce bird fatalities by 50 to 70%. And 50 to 70% of 6.8 million is a lot of birds. Most of us are familiar with the white flashing light systems at night, which some neighborhoods find make them uncomfortable. And although they do not include a steady burning light component, we are also familiar with a previously considered Style A lighting system that would include an 864 flashing red light and an L810 non-flashing red light, similar to a dual system at night, which would include a non-flashing light and a flashing light component, Style E. However, on December 4th of 2015, the FAA released a new advisory circular that basically eliminates the use of non-flashing lights on communications towers. There is a public notice related to that release as well that's been available on the back table too. This text is small and you're not expected to be able to read it. It's to just document this advisory circular was released. Okay. Okay, and so what does this really mean? That means that those towers that we previously would have lit with a non-flashing light component in conjunction with a flashing light component are now going to be lit with only flashing lights. Those towers that are over 350 feet tall are allowed to be just lit as they would be, minus the L810 light component. Those towers that are over 350 feet in existence right now are allowed to just simply extinguish those lights with the process that I will go through after these slides. Those towers that are between 150 feet and 350 feet after September 15th of this year will be given specifications on how to be lit with a flashing L810 component. Again, a lot of this is detailed in the public notice that was released. It's important to point out that in summary, these new lighting standards do not include a non-flashing L810 component in them. It can be used on both new and existing communications towers. We can extinguish L810s on existing towers over 350 feet. New towers are required to be built without these non-flashing lights. 150 to 350 foot towers can use a flashing L810, which the specifications for will be available after September 15th of this year. These lighting systems not only reduce migratory bird collisions by up to 70%, they also reduce energy costs, maintenance costs, and construction costs. So we view it as a win-win for everyone. So moving into the lighting deviation process. On the back table, there was also a handout about the process to go through in order to extinguish these L810 lights, the non-flashing L810 lights. We've tried to streamline the process, make it simple, and I'm always available to answer questions if you run into any problems with this process. The first step is to file a marking and lighting study electronically with the FAA, requesting the elimination or omission of the steady burning L810 lights using the Form 7460-1 and the Notice of Proposed Construction or Alteration. It's important to designate structure type, being the deviation from red obstruction light standards. Again, these steps are all available in the handout at the back of the room and online at www.fcc.gov/events. Look for today's event in order to get more information on this. So once the FAA has approved the request and assigned an FAA study number, we need to file Form 854 with us at the FCC using our ASR system. Please select MD for modification and choose the appropriate FAA lighting style. I believe there's a drop-down menu which should make this easier. The FCC will typically approve the application and modify the registration within 24 hours. And given that the existing towers have already had a study, an FAA determination determined for them, it's a much simpler and streamlined process. I've had some of these tower modifications approved as quickly as an afternoon, a couple of hours, and as long as 2 or 3 weeks. So it's not a long process, and if you're running into problems, you can contact me, and I will do my best to try to bring your request up to the top of someone's pile on their desk. So after the lighting change for a tower has been granted by the FCC via the ASR, the steady burning side marker lights, the L810 tower lights, can be extinguished. And this is typically accomplished in the tower transmission building. Does not typically require climbing the tower for those towers over 350 feet. And per the FAA requirements, the flashing red light should flash at 30 flashes per minute, plus or minus 3 flashes per minute. Okay, and I want to mention at this point, too, that we tried to make these steps as streamlined and as simple as possible. And I also want to point out that these existing towers, those are the towers that the 6.8 million was estimated on, 6.8 million bird fatalities. So it's wonderful if going forward all communications towers have the bird-friendly lighting systems. But we also need to realize that the existing infrastructure that was the number of towers that was based that the 6.8 million birds per year was based on. And so it's important that we take this final step to extinguish those steady burning lights on the existing infrastructure. And it's important because it also saves us money, migratory birds, energy, and maintenance costs. Okay, a little bit more about migratory birds. The FCC is also recommending that tower constructors use a motion detector lighting on all of the outbuildings. And I mentioned this for the northern long-eared bat. We also see it for sea turtles as well. Recently we had a sea turtle case come through where lighting requirements were made on the outbuilding. So these motion detector lights will prevent the existence of steady burning light at the site, which recent science has also documented that migratory birds can be drawn into even something as small as a porch light, even though it's that low in altitude. So it's important that we use motion detector lights or no steady burning light, maybe no security lights at all if that's appropriate for your site, on these outbuildings, as well as extinguishing the steady burning lights on the tower structure. So for towers greater than 450 feet, at the FCC, we require that the applicant prepare an environmental assessment, including a section specifically addressing potential migratory bird impacts and the efforts to reduce those impacts. For example, the building lights, bird flight diverters, if that's considered for your project. And we also ask that, as part of this environmental assessment, that the applicant seek migratory bird comment from the Fish and Wildlife Service. Okay, the last topic that I will discuss here is bald eagles and golden eagles. We can also add ospreys to this list as well. It is a growing challenge for the tower industry as more and more birds are adapting to nesting on these structures. Many of these species in a natural habitat would select a pine tree or a conifer tree where the top had been blown off, and the structure happens to look a lot like a communications tower. I believe now that we are also seeing the offspring of next generations of these initial birds who were pioneers in the communication tower nesting. I believe that now their offspring is selecting those sites as well. So it's an increasing challenge with no easy answers, but we are hoping that scientists can come up with some better nest exclusion devices that may actually exclude these birds from nesting on the structures, because it is a challenge for the industry when they need to do maintenance on the tower or access the site because of Migratory Bird Treaty Act and the Bald and Golden Eagle Protection Act, and some state protection as well. That access can be limited during certain times of the year. So the Fish and Wildlife Service needs to be contacted, and because access to the site may require permits. And so sometimes the Fish and Wildlife Service needs to be contacted in addition to state natural resources agencies before any construction or maintenance activities occur on towers with nests. It's also a challenge because raptors can become entangled in antenna wires, or some species such as the osprey actually bring binding twine from hay bales back to the site, which can cause entanglement later. Apparently that it's perceived as nesting material added to the nest, and then youngsters are becoming entangled in it. And so it can be a challenge for the industry and for the birds. It's important to securely attach wires to the tower. I'm not sure exactly, as a biologist, I'm not going to tell the industry exactly how to do that, but I've seen with California condor efforts to reduce entanglement opportunities. They actually are attaching with conduit and possibly even shrink wrap those wires that entanglement could occur to try to minimize that risk. And if there's any entanglement that is observed or on a tower, I suggest it's required that you contact the State Natural Resources Protection Agency and or the Fish and Wildlife Service to address that issue. So today we've talked about a lot of different ways to minimize the potential adverse effects to endangered species and migratory birds. And it's important that we consider minimizing these adverse effects, and also we need to consider compliance with the Endangered Species Act, Migratory Bird Treaty Act, and National Environmental Policy Act. So I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have. Oh, and I also want to point out that on the agenda my name was spelled wrong. I have an N at the very end, and so if you're emailing me, make sure that you note that change. So it's joelle.gehring, Gehring, at fcc.gov.
Sorry for the miss again. That's my fault.
That's okay. I knew what you meant.
Okay, well, that's good.
while you're thinking of questions, we have time for some. I'll give you a migratory bird trivia piece since it's the 100th anniversary. In the Chesapeake Bay community that I live in, until the Migratory Bird Treaty was enforced, different than when it was signed, the folks used to catch robins, pack them in barrels, and send them to Baltimore for market as food.
Very interesting.
Right.
Yes. So. The piping plover has a similar history, and the piping plover used to be all along the Great Lakes shorelines and beyond, and that was another source of population decline, was people hunting them to eat them, and they're not very big.
Well, robins are just little things.
You get more calories from that can of Coke than you would from a piping plover or a robin.
Yeah. So questions.
Hi, Joelle. I have a few questions, so if you could bear with me. On the white nose syndrome, you keep referring to the northern long-eared bat. Does that syndrome not affect any other species?
No, it affects the cave-dwelling or the hibernating species of bats. So, and some species seem to be possibly more suffering higher fatality rates than other species, but it affects any bat that is hibernating, and it's an interesting challenge for bat conservation right now, because we have wind energy causing significant fatalities for migratory bats, and we have those bats who have evolved to hibernate instead of migrate. Those species are being affected by white nose syndrome, and oftentimes we have multiple species hibernating together, and so the white nose is going among these different species. So in any bat that hibernates, so that would be northern long-eared bat, the Indiana bat. I'm thinking eastern United States generally right now, where it's affecting the most. Indiana bat, northern long-eared bat, little brown bat, big brown bat.
Oh, so quite a few.
Yes, a biologist maybe could be a little more creative with some of the names, but they are literally called big brown bat, little brown bat, Indiana bat, and long-eared bat. Mm-hmm.
And then you had a list of the Fish and Wildlife recommendations. Is that
yes?
That list of recommendations, is that for our industry or across the board? Because I'm reading the recommendations and I'm thinking there's a number of human activities that are not regulated that do a lot of those activities. So
that applies to all industries. Yes, that was part of the Fish and Wildlife Service 4D rule, and that is included in the public notice, the link to those sites that we can learn more about that. And by the way, the species that I listed were not all of the species. We have gray bat and little small-footed bat and many others that are affected by this.
And then my last question is, last year you also mentioned like nest diverting devices, and I have gone back and I've spoken to a number of people and we're not familiar with what type of variety, so can you give any examples of what that might be that the industry uses?
Talking about nest exclusion devices?
Yes, like for the osprey or
yes,
particular nesting birds.
Well, there are, of course we can't endorse any specific manufacturer of those devices, but there are several models out there, and some of them with more or less success than others. Most of them include, they literally are trying to exclude the bird from nesting on the site. And so they could involve kind of a cage over the top of a tower, or there's at least one model or one manufacturer that is adding an additional a pole, I guess, on top of the tower, and then adding wires that come down off of that taller pole. And the whole idea is to exclude the bird. I'm hopeful that these exclusion devices will see higher success rates, but we have been seeing up to this point, what I'm hearing is that a lot of the birds will just nest maybe below the exclusion device, go down a level. But I'm hopeful that we can come up with some sort of deterrent or exclusion device that will be successful. Even the Fish and Wildlife Service tends to support excluding the birds from these sites.
Question, Mara?
If we do come into a situation where these exclusion devices can be used, at what point are those I guess, added to the tower. And I'm just thinking in terms of that's going to be a huge visual impact potentially. Is that assessed by the SHPO, for instance, or no?
I don't think we've had any experiences like that thus far. I'm not aware of any. And I can see the concern because it would be added visual, an added visual aspect
Well, yeah,
of
I'm
it.
thinking like a huge cage structure on top of a monopole to enclose all the arrays. It's going to be fairly large, and I just didn't know if that needed to be assessed by the SHPO, for instance, for visual impacts. Let's say if it was near a historic district or something like that.
Okay. I guess everybody's looking at me.
Yes, we are.
And Jill won't let me pass this question off to her. There's two considerations. If you're planning, if your client is planning on adding a bird cage, a bird excluder, as a big cage or something on top of the communications equipment, and they're doing that as part of the construction of that tower, a monopole, for instance, to use your example, or if they're going to be putting on a guy tower bird diverters on the guy wires so that the birds are aware of the guy wires and don't run into them, that should be included in your description of the tower to the SHPO and also to the tribes. Now, our forms aren't really set up to transmit that information, so it needs to be done as an attachment. And if you know you're going to be using them on a new construction, you probably should include that as an attachment in a notice to the tribes for TC&S. Just to be fair, I don't think that for the most part the tribes or SHPOs are going to care about those sorts of things unless the tower is in a highly sensitive area for the landscape, or perhaps under NEPA for something that if they're in a scenic area, say you wanted to put this across from Fort McHenry in Baltimore. It's a wetlands, it's a scenic area, it gets a lot of tourism, it's an historic area, so it sort of hits all the pieces of our NEPA and Section 106 process. That's something you really use some common sense, and you need to mention that. The SHPOs and the tribes may not care, but just to be fair. On retrofitting a tower to include a cage, a bird excluder as a cage, or adding bird diverters to guy wires, which I understand is a very complex process because these things don't clamp on afterwards. You have to take the guy wire down and restring it in order to put that up, which is why you have to do that. I don't understand. Why can't you just go to the hardware store and buy a couple of clamps and attach the bird diverter that way? But that's a different discussion, I guess. You would need to look at, and we could help you with this if this is a situation, with whether you're doing this as part of routine maintenance and how that's allowed under our co-location and the MPA. If it's a bigger project, then maybe we need to take a look at it. So if for new construction, let everybody know, just to be upfront and honest about it. In a retrofit as part of a maintenance upgrade, let's talk about your specific project so that we can make sure we get that information right. But it's a good question, and I'm glad you asked that.
Hi. So the FAA just released drone requirements for ceiling heights when flying. Do you know if knowing that there are some companies that are using drones to check the status of nesting activities, do you know if there are any distance requirements under consideration for flying close to check the status of their nests?
I just had a similar question before the session started. And what I'm recommending is considering that the Fish and Wildlife Service is the expert agency on those topics, that would be a good question for them. I am not aware of any limitations on that right now, but I can see where the Fish and Wildlife Service may consider it to be a violation of Migratory Bird Treaty Act or even Endangered Species Act, depending on the species of the nest that's in question. But it does seem like it has, at a first glance, it appears that it may have some potential
to minimize the time invested in checking the status of these nests. And for those of you not familiar, it's important to know the status of these nests. Are the nests being used this year? If so, what species is using them and the nest, and how far along are they in the incubation or the nesting process? Because all of those things can determine when the industry can get access to that site again. So it is important to understand when and what species is on that structure. And so drones may hold some potential for determining that in a very effective way. But I think the Fish and Wildlife Service and possibly the state agencies as well should be asked that question, as they would be the expert agencies on that topic.
Question?
Yeah, Joelle, we discussed this project a couple months ago, but the restriction on tree removal for the long-eared bat was fairly protracted. I mean, was very limited relative to, and I unfortunately wasn't able to go through emails to figure out the bat we were dealing with, but I thought it might have been the long-eared bat, but we were looking at a restriction that went from mid-April to mid-October for tree removal, and I'm wondering if maybe they revised their guidelines, or perhaps state and federal have two different sets of standards that we might have to adhere to.
It's possible that state and federal have two different guidelines, but from what I understand, they are consistent in most cases, if not all. And my memory, if my memory serves me right, that situation that you and I worked on, the window was brought back down to what was presented here today.
Oh, excellent.
So,
that's good news.
but it.
I'll check, but
yeah,
it's worth looking at.
Yeah, yes, I remember when we first started talking about it, I was surprised by the broad window, and I believe it was brought down to that. The northern long-eared bat public notice and the links provided in there should provide you with the most recent information, and the Fish and Wildlife Service would, again, be the expert agency on that question.
Mm-hmm. Anybody else? Any live questions at SEC.gov questions? Nope. Okay. Okay. Okay, Myra's got it.
A couple of questions. The first is there any precedent for enforcement actions from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife for migratory bird strikes on a tower?
There's, with the wind industry, there definitely is. With communication towers, no. But we was just announced yesterday at the Council for the Conservation of Migratory Birds that the Fish and Wildlife Service is working on a PEIS that is expected to come out this summer to address the incidental take issue with migratory birds. And there'll be a series of categories that this industry may fall into as far as getting a permit. But that's preliminary, and we all will know more this summer when the Fish and Wildlife Service releases its PEIS on incidental take for migratory birds on industries such as this.
Right, which I think is just a way for them they don't currently have a system for mitigation for migratory bird take, so I think that's the key.
I think we have a system for mitigation, but not for permitting incidental take. Right. And so that's the challenge that the Fish and Wildlife Service has at this time, is my understanding.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, it didn't come up, but the northern long-eared bat and the Indiana bat cross are in the same locations, a lot of the same locations. So the Indiana bat can complicate the northern long-eared bat issues, where the northern long-eared bat rules may not even matter because the Indiana bat may be there.
That's a very good point to emphasize, yes. And as I mentioned, when you're consulting or going through the streamline process with the Fish and Wildlife Service, it does not exclude consideration of other endangered species. So that fits with your point. And it can get complicated when you have multiple seasons, tree removal seasons, et cetera, overlapping. But it sounds like in some of the southeastern parts of the United States that there's quite a bit of overlap with what needs to be done. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay. Why don't we take a 15-minute break? It's 20 after now, so obviously we'll be back at 2:35, and we'll talk about archaeology and communications towers. Thank you very much, Joelle. Congratulations again on your award.
Thank you very much.
We could all start taking our seats so we can get going to keep ourselves. We've been very good about keeping on time today. And one of the things that's important with the session this afternoon is we need to leave enough time at the end of the session to do Joelle's quiz. You volunteered. You did. So we're going to take you up on that. So after the reward for paying attention to archaeology and communications towers is Joelle's quiz on candy and bird colors. So. The session this afternoon is on archaeology and communications towers. And I had wanted to include some representatives from some of the SHPOs and from some of the tribes across the country, but unlike the past couple of years, we were not able to secure outside funding for any of their travel, so the folks that I asked said that they really couldn't do that, but am happy to say that I was able to persuade 2 consulting firms that we're going to have people here anyway. Jackie Payette from ERM, who is an archaeologist, and Suzanne Durrick, who is with EBI, who is their cultural resource technical director, and who's not an archaeologist, but is the boss of lots of archaeologists, to talk about the kinds of things that we do, and sort of representing the SHPOs and tribes, I guess, is Erica Seibert, who is an archaeologist, has a PhD in archaeology, and is the Deputy Federal Preservation Officer for the Rural Utility Service at the USDA. And RUS is one of those program common agencies, as we call them these days, that uses the FCC Section 106 process for the communications towers that they fund for their borrowers. So she's got a fair amount of experience with things that go up into the air like we do here at the FCC. So I'm happy that she was able to walk down 12th Street to join us. And then Jill Springer, who's the Deputy FBO here at the FCC, who is also not an archaeologist. I guess I'm not an archaeologist under the Second Interior's professional interior qualification standards, but my undergraduate degree is actually in anthropology, and I spent the early part of my career doing archaeology. When I went to graduate school, I decided I wanted to do historical research, and we got real interested in material culture and those kinds of things. Then went on to do work in American Studies. But I've always maintained an interest in archaeology, and I find that when I'm walking around, I tend to look at the ground because I'm looking for stuff. So I don't know if that qualifies or not, but for folks that care about the one theme, which is the qualification standards for archaeologists, as a twist in how things work, if you're a federal archaeologist, you're not necessarily a Secretary of the Interior qualified archaeologist, because federal agencies are permitted to use the Office of Personnel Management's definition for archaeologist, which is a undergraduate degree in archaeology. And so a fair number of people who work for federal agencies as archaeologists tend not to have graduate degrees or tend not to have finished graduate study. Just as a piece of information, they still speak to you with the full force of their authority as a federal employee, and Jill and I and Erica take that very seriously. So we have 2 themes
basically talking about. One is the professional qualifications. What is an archaeologist? And for my part, I've been very concerned with making sure that people who are professionally qualified stay within the bounds of their professional qualifications. So I want archaeologists to do archaeology. I get unhappy when archaeologists try to do historic building analysis and determination of eligibility, unless there's something about their individual background that makes them qualified to do that kind of work. I recently had a situation where someone who's working for a consulting firm had a degree in medieval archaeology from a British university, and she was trying to do architectural history studies. No, that didn't work. Conversely, it's not appropriate for historians and archaeologists or architectural historians to go digging in the ground. It's fine to be involved in the cultural resource analysis, to provide their expertise to the things that are uncovered, but the actual techniques of doing shovel test pits, doing the intensive level surveys, it belongs with the people that have those kinds of professional qualifications. And I know Jackie and Suzanne are going to talk about that a little bit in their presentations. One of the things that they're going to do is talk about what the current standards are for the professional qualifications. And the Park Service has been trying for 20 years to upgrade the standards, to bring them up to date with current standards. They're still in draft form. They have been for a year or so. The woman who wrote the last draft retired last year, so I'm not sure where they are going to go. But one of the things that the Park Service is trying to do was to make it permissible is not the right word to use in this situation, but to recognize the fact that the tribes have specialized knowledge that needs to be recognized. And so at the FCC, we've always taken that as a matter of faith in some respects, in that if the tribe says that this individual, which we have trained and which we acknowledge has the kinds of qualifications that will represent our tribe at a cell tower site, then we're comfortable with that person doing that. And then the other thing that we wanted to explore in the time that we have is what's a reasonable good faith effort. One of the things that we've noticed in both Jackie's firm and Suzanne's firm work across the country, archaeological standards vary from SHPO to SHPO, and some tribes also have differing notions of what constitutes a reconnaissance level survey versus an intensive level survey, and then to get into the bizarreness of what in the world is a Phase 1 survey, Phase 1A survey, and Phase 2, and because there's no common definition for that. So I discourage people from using those in my room, but they are out there. So as long as you explain what it is that you're talking about, that's fine. So with that, I think since Jackie's in front of the slide projector, she gets to go first.
Good afternoon, everyone. I put together some slides, and I didn't intend it to be a really strict and structured presentation, but rather some talking points. So Steve had indicated that he wanted this to be something of a discussion. So if any of the other panelists or anyone in the room wants to chime in on any of my slides, I'd encourage you to do that in progress. It's not meant that I'm going to, run through the deck from beginning to end. So if we can get the slides up, there we go. And this one. All right. Next, that'll do it. So I decided to start with a simple excerpt from the NPA. I think everybody is probably familiar with this to some extent. And I wanted to make the point that this is the limit of the really explicit description of what's required for archaeological survey here. And it's pretty simple and straightforward, but it's also open to interpretation. I think everybody, when they read this for the first time, thought, oh, well, great, I know what to do, and went out and did that, and then found out that, when they submit that to 5 different SHPOs, there were 5 different opinions about what they actually needed to be doing. If you're disturbing the ground, unless the ground is previously disturbed to at least 2 feet in excess of what your cell tower is going to disturb, you need to do an archaeological survey. So again, it seems pretty straightforward, pretty simple, unless you can document that there's no potential for cultural resources there, or you have that prior level of disturbance, you need to do an archaeological survey. And I think part of the tricky part is, so what exactly then constitutes an archaeological survey? And I didn't even go into this, but then there's a whole other series of questions about what is appropriate documentation for an archaeological survey. And I think there are as many shapes and sizes and flavors of an appropriate archaeological report as there are SHPOs. Everybody has their own standard, and there is also a federal documentation standard. And I think certain tribes have their own expectations and requirements for what they would like to receive as well. So in terms of saying, all you have to do is go out and apply standard archaeological field methods, the standard varies quite a bit around the country. And part of that's based on the logistics of the locations. That here in the East, we're always making dirt. There's soil being created all the time. So that creates a certain depositional context that you have to handle in a very specific way. Typically, as Steve suggested, digging STPs in the ground. However, in other areas, when you get out into the western states, you have a situation where you're always losing soil. You have aeolian deflation. So you can have thousands of years of cultural history right on the ground surface. They don't want people poking around in there and digging with shovels, because if there are any intact cultural features under what might be on the surface, you're going to destroy those. So the varying standards aren't really arbitrary or capricious. They're really generated by the local requirements and what makes sense in that particular context. And so region, setting, states, it varies. And again, some SHPOs, some TIPOs, and different land managing agencies, such as we could say the BLM, have their own sets of standards. And they have specific types of reports that they want. They also have specific requirements for principal investigators in archaeology. There is, and we're going to get to a slide on this in a bit, a standard for the Secretary of the Interior for a principal investigator on a federal undertaking. They have to have these qualifications. And again, pretty straightforward and simple couple of paragraphs. But again, they're also open to interpretation. So they need to have this, so many months of this type of experience. So does this qualify as this type of experience? You ask 10 different people, you're probably going to get at least, 3 different answers. And in addition, then there could be specific permits required. In addition to the baseline qualifications, certain agencies have actual permits that you have to get. BLM is a good example. And some states have a list. You have to be on the list of people whose quals have been vetted and who are qualified to do work in that state. And similarly, TIPOs, especially if the site is on tribal land, you're very likely going to have to deal with a archaeologist either from the tribe or specifically chosen by the tribe, that even they're going to have someone that they're going to be comfortable with doing that work. They're not going to want people from outside coming and digging on reservation lands. And this is when it's tricky, and the principal investigator has to wear this hat responsibly. It's really their job to make sure that all of the parties coming to bear on what they're going to do, and all the consulting parties under Section 106, so that includes SHPO and all of the consulting tribes, that they're satisfied with what's going to happen in that field survey. And ideally, you do that in advance of going out. Otherwise, you have a risk of maybe doing work that you needed a permit for that you didn't have. You never want to be in that position. And again, that's the responsibility of the principal investigator to make that determination. And you also might have the risk of having to redo survey. Well, you went out and you dug 5 STPs. We want to see 7. That's our standard. And you didn't bother to ask us before you went out. So you get to send somebody back out to dig that additional 2 or whatever it is. So it really behooves the principal investigator to slow down before they go out and ask questions. Even if they have a familiarity with that area and with the particular consulting parties, it really doesn't hurt to ask. Say, you know what, we haven't checked in with you for a while. It's been 6 months, a year since we did a project that you were consulting on, and this is the context we're in. What would you like to see in terms of a survey?
Can I
that never hurts.
Just make a comment. Is this on?
Yes.
Can you hear me? I just wanted to make a comment about that, in particular, the issue of the principal investigator, and highlight that sometimes SHPOs, THPOs, and the federal agency will not agree on what is appropriate testing. And so that's your first test there, is to see how can we get everybody to agree on what is appropriate, what is reasonable and in good faith, right?
Yeah. And would you recommend doing that with a formal plan that would be approved, or through discussion, or both?
I don't know if it would have to be formal, but I think that all parties talking together is essential to come up with something, like you said, beforehand, so you don't go out and do very expensive or costly survey that may impact, at RUS, that would impact our borrowers, people who are coming to us for loans, who are going to have to ask for a bigger loan and then pay that back with interest. Or before a SHPO says, well, wait a minute, you didn't do X, Y, and Z, this is what we wanted. So I don't know if it has to be formal, but I definitely think everybody should be talking prior to.
Thank you. And I know we have archaeologists in the room. I'm sure we have some online as well. Does anybody want to comment on this particular topic before we move on to another slide?
And I will say, since I've been in the FBO, which is 10 years now at the FCC, I'm aware of the differing standards, but I've never had anybody formally request a change to a SHPO standard approach to archaeology, except for situations where they've wanted to change the APE, the area of investigation, for the archaeological field studies. There we've had some differences of opinions, and we've worked it out.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to comment, Steve, on, I guess, just a case-by-case basis? People should just come to you if that arises?
I think so. I'm more comfortable in my approach to all of this with being situational and doing it on a case-by-case basis, because there are circumstances where if you're, for instance, if you're in Iowa, where they've had areas that have lost soil, but they've also had areas where the soil has built up. So some of the cultural material could be very deep, and my understanding is that the concrete base, for instance, for a monopole, can be 30 or 40 foot deep. So it goes way into the ground. It's not just what you see above the surface. It's these huge, massive foundations, pieces of concrete. So there may need to be a different kind of testing for something like that, where in an area that's been fairly stable, it's different. So I prefer not to have an agency standard, but a situational approach to these things.
So that makes me think, Steve, of a previous slide, and I'm sure I don't have to show this to you, with how this reads, but it does say what I was talking about in terms of the clause regarding previous disturbance, exceeding footings and other anchoring mechanisms. Mm-hmm. So wouldn't that 30-foot support for the monopole be part of the footing? So
it would, yeah.
How would you expect that to be handled?
Situational.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the principal investigator would need to be aware that even though this is super deep, we have potential for deeply buried deposits, and maybe approach you if they have questions.
And if that's something that, based on the principal investigator's knowledge, or a conversation with the SHPO, would warrant that kind of work, we would just work it out. Nobody that I'm aware of has ever done testing that deep. Usually shovel test pits are pretty much it. So they're not deep at all.
Yeah, I haven't for FCC projects. I think
Yeah.
So I just was asked to remind everyone who might just be tuning in now that you can send comments or questions in if you're listening. I know we have a lot of SHPOs listening, to live questions at scc.gov. And I was also asked to tell Steve not to put his microphone down like that, but to put it up here because it causes feedback.
I'm sorry.
So our next slide is about the Secretary of the Interior qualifications. Steve had indicated he wanted to include this as a topic for discussion. So I put this slide in, and here it is. We can talk about it. A graduate degree is currently the minimum that's acceptable for archaeology, and you additionally need to have what is considered supervisory level experience comprised of various elements. And I would imagine anyone who's engaging subcontractors or anyone who is a consultant is aware of these standards. And it's not quite as straightforward, again, as it seems, especially when someone is relatively recently out of school. I know I was fortunate that I was engaged in a very active internship program and a university that was running a cultural resource management program while I was in graduate school, so I was able to graduate with that required qualification. But that's difficult to do. I think maybe a little bit, CRM programs are less common now than they maybe were at that time, which is a few years ago. So I guess, Steve, they don't issue badges for this. I mean, you don't get a seal of approval that says you're qualified. In one sense, if you can, as an archaeologist, if you can be listed on the register of professional archaeologists now, that is a certain way of having peer vetting of your qualifications. But I think it's important to remember that there is that legacy of former Society of Professional Archaeologists before it became really a truly professional association. So there are people who are ancestors who are actually not qualified. So seeing that someone is an RPA is not an immediate assurance that they are in fact a SOI qualified individual. So do you have any suggestions for how someone who's maybe a year and a half out of grad school and is wondering if they can make this claim could handle that for FCC projects?
I do look at the professional qualifications. I look at the resumes and get unhappy when sometimes they're not in there because they're just not included because the SHPO doesn't necessarily want them. And again, I know this is going to frustrate a lot. It's situational. If somebody comes out of a good graduate school program, they've done some field work, they've been a crew chief once or twice, written some reports, that tends to be appropriate. Now, where things get dicey is that if you're an historic archaeologist whose emphasis and training has been in the 18th and 19th century pre-antebellum period on the East Coast, which is what my undergraduate degree approach was. Then if I started poking around the Mississippi River Valley, I'd be way in over my head, and I would question the qualifications of somebody trying to act as a principal investigator in that regard. They may be able to do it, but I'd want to have that conversation. So I tend to be cautious about what people are doing. And that's only for those situations where we actually get involved as an agency. The vast majority of the Form 620s are handled by the SHPOs. And so I expect the SHPOs to do that kind of policing. So, and they probably have the same concerns that I do. I know a lot of SHPOs will only grant access to their archaeological files or site files for people that are on their registered list. Sometimes that's a vetting of qualifications. Sometimes it's not. It depends on the SHPO. So.
Thank you. And to speak to your point of if you are trained and have your experience in a certain region in a certain period, to me it's a matter of professional ethics. And I think the Register of Professional Archaeologists standards back that up, that you need to determine for yourself, and probably in cooperation with the agencies you're working with, whether you indeed are an appropriate PI for this project or not, principal investigator. So. Right.
Yeah. And I'm comfortable too, especially with the way the system has evolved over the past 10 years. I've been at the FCC. There's been a consolidation in the consulting industry, and so a lot of the smaller firms have disappeared. And so you've got giant consulting firms that are international in nature, ERM, that recognize they have an obligation to their clients and to the profession, so you do self-policing. That seems to be working. There's still a market, and I know some very good archaeologists that have a market in cell towers in the area in which they're based. They do a very good job. So things are getting better.
Good. Did anyone else care to comment on quals before I move? Erica, did you have anything to add to that? Or Jill?
No, just to echo what Steve said, is that I have seen a lot in my career of people who are not qualified, whether it's a prehistorian trying to evaluate or look at an historical archaeological site or vice versa, like Steve pointed out, but also I've worked with a lot of architects and engineers who want to evaluate archaeological sites as well. So it's definitely something to look at and think about.
Okay. Steve asked me to address a very specific case history of a project that we worked on quite a few years ago now, but it was a very interesting and in my experience, a fairly unique case. We had a cellular carrier who had actually a portfolio of multiple sites they wished to build in the Black Hills region of South Dakota. And on the first one that ERM did for them as the consultant, going through the TCNS process, we were a little surprised that tribes either responded with no interest or that they, timed out according to the FCC's declaratory ruling process. And shortly after we had delivered our NEPA report, our documentation of completion of National Historic Preservation Act and NEPA standards according to FCC requirements to our client, I actually got a call from a specific TIPO who said, basically, holy moly, we just realized where this is. It was on my desk. It was buried. I have you wouldn't believe the stack I have here to review. I know the clock has run out on this, but this is important. This isn't me asking for another week. This matters. This is a really important issue. We really need to get an opportunity to slow down and look at this site, and I'm frantically calling my fellow TIPOs in the region to talk about this site. So I told her that I would go to my client and we would discuss that, and I explained the situation. After a little bit of internal discussion, the carrier understood the importance of what the TIPO was asking for to be able to reopen consultation, and the carrier notified the FCC that they were willing to do that and made the FCC aware of that situation. And I can't remember the logistics, Steve, if the carrier spoke to you before the tribes, but it's sort of a moot point at this point. But there was a consensus that consultation needed to be reopened.
Right.
And the TIPO had engaged several other TIPOs who all had the same reaction when they realized where it was and took a look at the map that was buried somewhere in the paperwork on their desk that, yeah, this matters. This is an important location. And they, a series of cell towers going in here certainly is a problem. One is a problem. A whole set of them is an even bigger problem. So with the carrier self-proclaiming, this isn't the only one we're intending to build in this same setting. We need to talk about this whole set of sites rather than trying to get this one cleared and then worry about another one 3 weeks later when it was in that place in their build plan. They decided to sponsor some meetings with the entire group, bring all of the concerned TIPOs together, bring staff from the carrier, staff from the consulting firm together to talk about these sites. And that ended up leading to a whole week of meetings, actually a series of meetings and an entire week of meetings accompanied with site visits. And several of the TIPOs and the tribal elders had stated concerns that there were geographic clues to the importance of these areas that the archaeologist had missed. And I was open to that discussion. I maintained, we didn't actually find any artifacts, and they, kind of did the forehead slap, and why are we talking about artifacts? That's not what we're concerned about. We're concerned about other things. And I think, Steve, it's interesting that you said earlier that you tend to look down because of your archaeological training. Well, when we were out visiting these sites, so me standing there talking about lithic debitage and one of the elders saying, excuse me, we have no idea what you're talking about. Can you please explain what that is? So something that's, all important to us as archaeologists had absolutely no meaning to these folks who were out there who considered these to be important sites. And they remarked on my tendency to look down all the time. I was always looking at the ground surface and trying to understand what they were saying about the importance of this area by looking down. And one of the elders actually came over and did this and pulled my chin up and said, you're looking down and we're looking up. We can tell by looking around at this setting how important this site is. basically like, what's the matter with you? Can't you see it? And unfortunately, no. Once it was pointed out to me and explained, and this was a very, patient group of individuals, and they were willing to exchange a lot of information with us. It was a real, a great learning opportunity for me, and I was had to acknowledge that we aren't trained to recognize the things that you're talking about. That this particular rock, while it's not it's not culturally modified in a way that an archaeologist would recognize, it has a significance to you because of its placement, not in what we would consider a cultural feature, but these things are speaking to you in a way that isn't available to conventionally trained archaeologists. So going out to visit all of these sites with the entire group was the strategy that was put in place. And the outcome of that was that we were able to identify, this site, if you can move it just a small amount, can stay on this piece of property. We just want to avoid this area that looks important. Let's move it over here. Okay, great. We could agree on that. I think some of that even happened, on that day in the site visit. And some of them were just non-starters. It's like, there's no way that you can build this here that it's not going to be a problem. So again, the carrier was willing to work through this. And, Steve was out on all of these site walks as well, hiking up some of these pretty steep hills and things with a large group. And we identified out of the group a tribal liaison who was sort of a uniquely qualified individual. He was a tribal member with a great deal of cultural understanding, and he also happened to be a registered professional archaeologist who was fully qualified. So he, checked a lot of boxes for the process that we needed, and helped the tribes with their comfort level with identifying the site, either where the sites would be moved to slightly or clearing the sites that had to really go to a completely new location. Like, you've got to go all the way to the other side of the creek, or we've got to find something on the other side of the road, or at least, this far from here. So it was a really cooperative effort between a group, and, we had a great discussion earlier about what's involved in tower siting. So the radio frequency engineers came together, the real estate people came together, the people doing the Phase 1 environmental site assessments, and this tribal liaison individual worked with the consultant, ERM, and they worked very well with the agency and the SHPOs involved as well. And that, another player in this was the SHPO reviewer. She was present for all of this as well. And I think it was in some ways a failure of the process that conventionally trained archaeologists went out and failed to recognize what was really a significant tribal resource, or actually it turned out several of them in the whole group. And then the process really failed again because this was missed. That the volume of work, and as Steve said earlier, they're not just looking at FCC stuff. Tribal cultural staff have a lot on their plates, and most of them are much larger undertakings than any individual FCC tower. But the outcome was good because the right questions ended up getting asked, and people slowed down and looked at what was important, and some really significant resources were examined. And this is why we have, to me, this was a lesson in why we have the whole Section 106 consultation process, and specifically tribal consultation, because the unique cultural knowledge that this group has of this specific area is something that is unique. And just as stakeholders in a small town might have unique cultural knowledge of their area, these tribes had knowledge of this Black Hills area that I can't get out of a textbook. And even if I had grown up in that area, I'd probably have a very different perspective on it. So it was, I think, a learning experience on all sides, and it had a positive outcome that the entire build plan was able to be executed. The carrier has all of their sites still operating in those locations that were fairly difficult to get spots. And I know that other carriers had tried to put towers in there and had met with various types of resistance, and they didn't take this approach of saying, let us talk to you about our whole build plan and what our goals are in this area. We want to give you, these folks live in that area. They want the coverage. They want to be able to use their cell phones, but they want it to happen in a responsible way. So I thought it ended up being a really good outcome that involved all of the players in the Section 106 process in a very interactive way that has been rather unique in my experience.
Yeah, it worked. It was a real learning experience, both I think for everybody involved, including the FCC. So that I think it has served all of us very well. Going in the future, I've been on other site visits with where Jackie wasn't involved, and we have run into the same kind of thing. That people are having a hard time understanding the importance of high places, of ridge lines, the nature of origin sites and traditional cultural properties for tribes, and the special knowledge that the tribes bring to the whole Section 106 process is very important. And that's something that Jackie mentioned, and just almost in passing, is that at this project, she was very lucky for both her firm and also for her client to find that unique individual that had actual professional qualifications, was a tribal member, and was able to move back and forth between both worlds. That kind of individual is extremely rare, and we as an agency and I as an FPO have talked to a number of tribal gatherings about the importance of making sure that they have trained people who understand their traditions, their cultures, understand the material culture of the tribes, because that's basically what we're looking for as part of our studies, so that they can help this federal agency and our licensees make sure that we can properly consider tribal, religious, and cultural sites in our Section 106 process. And some tribes are really, even some of the larger, more wealthy tribes, are struggling with having those kinds of people available. And that's a challenge for this part of the Section 106 process, is making sure that, because I know I'll go out and live and say, everybody in this room wants us to do this properly. We want to do this properly, but we need access to those kinds of people that have had some training in the Section 106 process, have some knowledge of their tribe's traditions, and can help us understand them in a way that protects their tribal values, but allows us to do the Section 106 process properly.
So we actually have received some questions from the ether. And one of them is a follow-up question. Someone had sent a question in earlier today asking for a definition of dirt disturbance. Mm-hmm. And Jackie, you were mentioning disturbance in excess of 2 feet of the anticipated tower construction disturbance. I think that is, for all intent and purposes, the definition that we're working with. But there were some follow-up questions. How does dirt disturbance apply to mountaintop and bedrock sites with no or limited soil? How do you approach it then?
Well, I think one of the first questions that I would want to ask is the potential for petroglyphs. There was an example given earlier of, I think, a tower that had been built without appropriate compliance efforts, and that petroglyphs had been disturbed. So there certainly are resources that could be present. I remember doing a survey in just exactly that kind of setting, and sort of going into autopilot thinking, I'm not going to find anything here. I came upon an unknown lithic quarry that was a previously unknown source for materials, and hadn't seen anything on the surface, which you usually see around a quarry site, because it was all down the hill. You kind of had to oh, there it is, down the side. So anything that people had been mining and testing was all way down at the foot of the slope that we were walking the top of. So there's always a potential there, and I think you have to ask some intelligent questions about whether what could possibly be the case in this setting.
There's an associated question that is related to one, Steve, that we've been discussing as part of the DAS and small cell, so I'll direct it to you. Does driving a grounding rod that is 3/4 of an inch by 8 feet long constitute disturbance?
No, it does not. If I had known he was going to ask that question, I would have brought my ground rod downstairs with me. As part of our DAS small cell, I had one of the carriers with great deal of difficulty send me a grounding rod. The first one got lost in U.S. mail someplace, so nobody knows where it is, but they hand delivered the second one. And it's the size of a finger thickness, and they're 4 to 8 foot long. And so, it does penetrate the ground, does disturb dirt, but not in a way that's meaningful in the Section 106 process at the FCC. So,
That's it.
okay. Okay. Do you have anything? Is she good?
So
Okay.
that's it for my slides. I don't know if anybody wants to comment on any of those topics. I can move to a different chair and let Suzanne take over the comm
Okay.
here.
We have a question. Okay. Wait for the microphone.
I'm sorry. I understand that this is a 106 working definition of ground disturbance, but the standard in the NEPA rules is slightly different. It's significant ground disturbance, and I guess that's a subjective standard. So I can't really define it further.
It is very subjective. And my subjective opinion is that a grounding rod is not something to worry about. Right. Yeah. Okay. Suzanne?
All right. Do they cue it up for us?
Yeah, they'll.
Mine magically appeared, so I don't
Okay.
know. Click to exit.
Next slide.
No, they'll do it all in the control booth.
It's magic.
There you go.
So my name's Suzanne Derrick, and I'm with EBI Consulting. I serve as the Technical Director for Cultural Resources. I am not an archaeologist. I was trained as an architectural historian, and I do work with a lot of archaeologists. And so I know enough to be dangerous. All right, thank you. All right, so I've been working in the industry for 16 years. So I came in right when the 2001 NPA was coming into effect, and then the 2004 NPA that became effective in 2005. And so I remember a time when there was a lot of variation in what was submitted to the SHPOs. And it was all over the map. We had very simple, straightforward 4-page submissions for New York, just a map, maybe a little bit about the project, and then you had quite intensive surveys required for other states. So the SHPOs could really gather a lot of information and intel on what the resources were in a particular radius or a space around that tower site. So you go from 4 pages to 160-something pages just by crossing a state line. And so the 2004 NPA really did a lot for the industry in streamlining and giving us a little more certainty and making the process repeatable. And I think all of us that have been in the industry since that became effective realize that things are a lot more similar. The submission is on a Form 620 or 621. There are basic standards for our level of effort in survey, and we certainly have the benefit of certainty with a clock for that consultation process, a mechanism for tribal consultation, and then completing that, and then also a method for concluding consultation with the SHPO if they're not responsive. So while we have all those benefits, we also have still a lot of variation in what the SHPOs and the tribes need or feel they need in order to concur with the presented finding of effect. And so my discussion here is really intended to sort of get to Steve's point about, what are the best practices? We're certainly guided by the FCC's programmatic agreement, the 2004 one in particular. And what I've done with my slides is created a bit of a table and talked about the major under our efforts that we go through to complete the consultation package, and sort of did a compare-contrast. On the left, you'll see citations that refer to the FCC's guidance in the 2004 NPA, and then on the right, some examples of what we see that differ from that, from either SHPOs or tribes or consulting parties with certain cities and things like that. And I'm not in a place to speak or interpret anything for the FCC, so I'm sure Steve will correct me if I overstep. But what I try to do is cite, from the NPA itself. So the first place in our first efforts a lot of times are the identification of historic properties. And like Jackie talked about, the way to do that correctly requires a lot of regional knowledge. Pulling just the list of the National Register listed sites off of a publicly accessible tool like Google Earth is not the proper identification of historic properties. The FCC outlines that you're collecting not only those that are listed, but those that are determined eligible either through a prior review process or the keeper of the National Register, or that the SHPO certifies are in the process of being listed or are in their inventory and previously indicated as eligible. And that's for the APEVE. And then the APDE, you have to do that level of research first, but then also field survey may be required. And you need a professional archaeologist in many cases to tell you whether or not what level of field survey you need to conduct. So where we see that vary is states, a lot of times the SHPOs, they had money in the 80s, 70s, 80s, sometimes the 90s to do inventory. And so they sometimes have a pretty decent record of historic properties in their states. And then when funding started to run short, you lose adding to that inventory. So there are properties aging into the ripe old age of 50 when they can be considered for eligibility. And so the SHPOs a lot of times worry that just because their inventory doesn't contain those records, that we might be missing things. And by not providing that additional data, they can't comment. And so they make requests such as anything that's in an inventory, whether or not a consultant at that time took the time to mark it, eligible or not, those should be counted as historic properties. That would vary from the FCC's scope of work. We're also, in some states, asked to photograph everything more than 50 years of age in the APE radius. The FCC requests that we photo document the identified historic properties. And then sometimes we're asked to do straight up intensive survey, identify all properties more than 50 years of age, and then do eligibility assessments on all those properties, and then anything that's eligible, assess effects. That follows a more traditional Section 106 consultation process, maybe for non-telecom projects. I did that a lot with transportation projects. I was commiserating with Jackie that I one time had to survey 450 ranch houses. Thought I was going to die. Anyway, I like the FCC. It's a little quick and dirty, and that you spend time when things get interesting. And if they're not, and there's no effects, and limited identified resources, limited archaeological potential, you move on kind of quickly. And thankfully for clients out there, that's like 90% of the work. So. All right, regarding field survey, Jackie cited this also. I took another snippet of it that, in addition to the properties identified through that research effort, you must make a reasonable good faith effort to identify other above ground and archaeological properties and buildings and structures that lie within your APE. And then that level of field survey, those identification efforts for properties in the APDE, may include a field survey where appropriate. Now, the way we see some SHPOs and tribes interpret that or try to gather, a higher level of information is that, the state will require the completion of a state-specific form to document our finding of eligibility. And a lot of times that's not any big deal. Some of them have short forms that don't take any longer to do than it would to draft a nice paragraph about your assessment of a property's eligibility. But some of them trigger basically what I would consider National Register nomination level work. You're developing a unique significance statement and doing lots of original research, which is fun. But a lot of times not in, Carrier A's budget. They don't plan for you to spend, lots of time surveying and understanding how, say, this observatory fits in the context of other potentially historic observatories. And so you can end up doing a lot more work to document that finding on the form, whereas the FCC form gives you the opportunity to document it with an attachment. It could be a state form, could be something more streamlined. The SHPOs and tribes don't always agree, like Jackie mentioned, on the level of archaeological survey required to determine whether archaeological properties exist in the APDE. And where we see that disconnect sometimes is the State Historic Preservation Office will have a model, sensitivity model, and so you'll fill out that per that state's requirements, and you'll maybe come up with a score that's too low for it to trigger any further survey. So maybe pedestrian survey was sufficient. But then you have the tribes that are interested in that region, and they don't follow that same sort of sensitivity model assessment, and so they require shovel tests. And then the state, this is when it really gets hairy, is say you're in a state that requires a special permit to do STPs, then all of a sudden you're really going crazy when the client's wondering, well, how do I have a SHPO concurrence, but I can't get my tribal, the SHPO said it's not sensitive. So we have to explain that, again, they have different frameworks and sensitivities for these projects. And so as a consultant, we try and manage all those various interests in the project while always being mindful of the FCC's expectations for our work. Our clients always need to be compliant with the FCC's expectations, but how do we get that job done for them in that particular state or with those tribes? And then here's a real sticking point. The last one is some SHPOs consider the entire parcel or even all the way out to historic parcel boundaries to be equivalent to the APDE, which is inconsistent with the FCC's explanation of where they feel the APDE boundaries lie. And so having the conversation with the SHPO, providing, I have sort of a letter that I send out pretty normally now it's changed the address. This is the regulatory framework as we understand it from the FCC. We hope that you'll understand, but we're respectfully declining to do this massive survey of this parcel. And then sometimes you come at an impasse, and then if your client lets you, you can engage the FCC to assist. Or if your client does not wish to do that, then maybe do more survey. So, did you want to say anything about that? I know
the issue of the APE for those of you who aren't into the lingo, the area potential effect, direct effects is APEDE, and visual effects is VE, obviously. For the FCC, by the terms of our nationwide programmatic agreement, signed by the Advisory Council and also by Nick SHPO on behalf of the SHPOs, the area of potential effect is the direct impact of the tower, its access road, its power, its backhaul, the fiber optic cable, etc. And the fact that it's on a single parcel of land that's a huge farm field, 200 or 300 acres, doesn't provide sufficient reason for a cell tower project archaeologist to go and look at the entire parcel of land. Our only responsibility is to what we're actually disturbing. And we've engaged SHPOs across the country on that particular topic for a lot of years, and we'll continue to do so because that's not what it says in the APE. I understand that the SHPOs need somebody to do their survey work for them, but that's not appropriate for us in the Section 106 process to do that work. We'll do what we feel is a reasonable and good faith effort, and we'll be happy to engage the SHPOs that want to be more expansionist. The same thing with the APE for visual effects for properties that they may have recorded years ago. Years ago, I worked for a SHPO office and did survey and national register nominations. And for, I guess, the first couple of years, back in the early 80s, we just documented buildings and didn't make a determination of effect. The Park Service changed that about that time as part of the funding formula. So you could not count the survey work you're doing unless you did made a determination of eligibility, formal or otherwise. You had to have I had a little stamp that said it was eligible or not. So that changed that, but some of that older stuff just is there. And if a SHPO wants an FCC licensee consultant to make a determination of effect, they need to provide a statement of significance for the property. just to be fair. And we're happy to work with individual SHPOs as we move that process forward, but we're trying to look and see what is the reasonable good faith effort, and we take that very seriously.
So we have a question. The question is, how does the FCC address items that are categorically excluded from review by another federal agency? And I think that the answer to that is that we would need to look at it on a case-by-case basis, because another federal agency has their obligations under NEPA and under Section 106. We have our own based on the license or based on the registration that we're doing for the facility. But I would mention that there are cases in which, and this is why it's important to check with us, we do defer to other agencies, particularly land managing agencies. And if another agency is doing an environmental assessment, that might also be judged to be deemed to cover our responsibilities. So unless Erica wanted to address anything else that about
microphone.
Okay, thank you. I thought we accepted other agencies, EAs and EISs, or NEPA processes, but for land management agencies, we don't accept their CEs.
Well, for land managing agencies, we don't get involved on projects on their land.
Right.
So we just don't do it. A lot of people think that we do cell towers everywhere. We don't. We only do them on private land. We don't do them on government land. That's a special use permit from that federal agency. So, and we do get involved in the NEPA processes in a tangential way with the program common agencies, the Department of Homeland Security, RUS, Federal Railroad Administration, FEMA, FirstNet, when they start their construction program. But it's sort of a peripheral issue, and one that I know is sort of evolving here at the FCC as you get to do more of your work on our behalf.
The what? I'm sorry.
Our whole NEPA process is evolving and becoming a little more modern, and you're helping us do that.
And here's a softball question for you, Steve. Is there an exclusion for communication facilities within existing industrial facilities?
Read the MPA. If there's a specific exclusion for communications facilities on a commercial or industrial property that is under single ownership of at least 100,000 square feet. And it needs some looking into the underlying property. For instance, if you've got a huge industrial park, but it's condominiumized, so you may have 300,000 square feet of industrial space, but it's owned by 4 or 5 different corporations, none of which have that large of a piece of property, then the exclusion doesn't work. It needs to be a single owner, single parcel of land. And it doesn't include areas that have been zoned by a local government to be a manufacturing area that are 200,000 or 300,000 square foot. It's not the zoning, it's the underlying ownership.
So I'd encourage the person who asked these questions, who has some very specific reasons, to contact us directly.
That's always the best. Actually, whenever doubt, we've been saying this for years, ask us. We're right here. We're happy to. Our job is to answer your questions, and so we're happy to do our job.
In that spirit, Steve, can I ask a follow-on question
Sure.
to one of the questions that was just asked?
Yes.
In terms of a land managing agency and a tower construction being a undertaking with them as the lead federal agency on their land, and them applying a categorical exclusion, in a scenario where an ASR filing is required, is there a different action by the FCC other than just not being involved at all and essentially accepting that agency's CADEX?
I have been studiously trying to avoid being dragged into ASR questions. I know we've had this internal discussion when they first were released, and the bottom line was, and this is maybe not the official answer, but it's the way it's worked out, is that if you're building, say, a 500-foot tower on a piece of federal land, you follow that federal land managing agency's NEPA and Section 106 process, but you must register the tower through the ASR. And then you also would be registering it with FAA as well.
Mhm.
So yes, you do need to use our ASR process.
Right. So you'd use the ASR process, but would you need to do any additional NEPA actions if you satisfied the landowning agency's NEPA process?
It would depend on what the land managing agency wants to do.
Okay.
And we'd have to talk about that particular situation.
Okay. Thank you.
Microphone. You can sit up here at the big table if you
No,
want.
that's okay. I think that they could submit the federal EA
Right.
along with their registration application.
Mhm. Right, if they have completed that. And that's, again, that's up to the federal land managing agency.
Okay.
So we have another question. This one is from the West Virginia SHPO. So the 2004 PA is a set minimum scope of work to be reviewed, and thus only need to consider what is eligible. To be clear, does that mean if we see things that either aged up or we know can tell are eligible but do not have an eligibility call listed, that we can require the extra work to get that DOE?
No. If the way the MPA is written is that it needs to have had a prior determination of eligibility, being determined as eligible in a publicly accessible database. So if it's not in your survey records, you've not looked at it, but you happen to notice it because you know the area or you saw it in the photograph, then we would consider it as inappropriate to consider that in the Section 106 process. Now, I know that some consulting firms will do that just in the process of being good guys, but that's their decision. But if the SEC is asked the question, no, it's outside the bounds of the MPA.
So you may have heard of some who will do it, but this SHPO mentions that they've heard of other SHPOs asking for more at times, but we would like to, but sometimes get pushback from consultants.
Yeah, and I'm pushing the consultants back, so I'm supporting them on that.
One thing that we've seen relative to that is when we submit the required photographs, and sometimes there'll be a shot of something that interests the SHPO, and so they will then identify their concerns and ask us to assess the effects on it, sort of skipping that determination of eligibility part, which I know is sloppy consultation, but sometimes you can argue that it's not adversely affecting, assuming it was eligible for architecture or something. Sometimes they'll give us the clue what they think what they're worried about with it. So we do the balloon test or the visual impact assessment and figure it out and hopefully tie it with a bow and call it done. But I don't know if you'd agree with that.
That's a business decision you made
Okay.
on behalf of your company and your client. So that's I understand the reasons for doing that, but if the FCC is formally asked for a position, we need to be consistent with the terms of the MPA. And that's our role as a federal agency.
Okay. But there's a clause in there where they can identify additional properties. You submit it. If you miss things in their file or they have identified others they want you to consider the effects on, then we would do that. That is in the NPA.
Yes,
Okay.
and you know a lot of people try to do their SHPO surveys real quick, and that especially is helpful if the SHPO has an online system. We can just sort of log on, see what's in the database, and then move forward. But what everybody forgets is that those databases are not up to date. I know one particularly large state that's 3 years behind. So for the SHPO to say you need to come here and look through our file boxes is a legitimate request. And that's and because they're in file boxes in their office, that's a publicly accessible database. Yeah.
Fun.
Yeah, I know. Well.
All right. My next slide is relative to the area of potential effects for visual effects. And again, we've been talking about it already, really, is that the NPA states that applicants are not required to undertake field survey or other measures other than reviewing the records, the file boxes and whatnot, to identify historic properties. And as we've been discussing, that is of concern to some SHPOs because their surveys are old, and they hope to have more information in order to concur with the finding. The other thing I wanted to mention here was that some SHPOs routinely request an expansion of the APE-VE. The FCC has clearly outlined radii, and so sometimes we have more success in replying to the SHPO and trying to drill down, like, why do they have that concern? Sometimes it's legit. We had a tower site up on a plateau, so it really was going to be salient, from a greater distance. And so expanding that APE didn't seem like anything to fight about. Just figure it out and get that done. And the process, if you were to fight about it or disagree, would be that you would, reach out to the FCC and I think a long time ago you told me that we'll probably never get that support. If it wasn't an unreasonable request, like 10 miles or something,
Yeah, if it's a reasonable request, I personally tend to agree with the SHPO's request for an expanded APE, especially when towers are up high or they're a tall tower.
Right.
It makes sense to do that. Well, on the other hand, I've had land managing agencies, a one in particular who I won't name, that's wanted huge APEs for their own purposes, and we tend to push back on those. The example I cite often in these kinds of meetings is that they made the consultant for a licensee go down the Delaware River for 7 miles in the middle of the night to look for a light on top of a crane. That was not appropriate. And if I had known about it, I would have said, no, don't do that. But I didn't know about it until afterwards, which is why I get to use it as a beautiful example of why that's not a good thing to do, and why you should always ask the FCC before you do that. But I think by and large, the SHPOs in the request for expanded APEs tend to do it with reason and an appropriate concern for their landscape. And landscapes are becoming a more important issue for the FCC. And I know this, getting back to the professional qualifications, sort of blends back into archaeological skills versus historian skills and the tribal knowledge. And so landscapes is that sort of unknown area that can be explored by a lot of folk, and it takes some very careful consideration as to what's there in terms of the design landscape, the natural landscape, and how that natural landscape has been informed by human activity. When I worked at the Advisory Council before I came here, there was a group of forest archaeologists who were trying to make the point internally that all the national forests are man-made constructions because the Forest Service have been managing the land for decades by controlling or not controlling fire, etc. So, that's a legitimate argument. It was an interesting discussion.
I would just add, in terms of looking at landscapes, that one of the challenges that I find is that many different agencies and organizations have different methods for looking at and understanding and evaluating landscapes. So I guess I would advocate for a multidisciplinary approach to looking at them.
Yeah, and that tends to work well. It sort of depends on the people that are involved and their experiences. I've done a lot of landscape investigations as part of my professional career when I worked at a SHPO. I used to do large rural historic landscapes and it made sense where I was at. It was in Delaware, and have done other kinds of projects here at the FCC and elsewhere. So they're worthwhile exploring.
My next slide was on the assessment of effects. The FCC has outlined in Section 6E of the MPA that we're first to apply the criteria of adverse effect. That applies to, you can find this in the regular Section 106 regs. But they also give some guidance on when an undertaking will have a visual adverse effect. And it says if it will noticeably diminish the integrity of one or more of the characteristics qualifying the property for inclusion in or eligibility for the National Register. It can only have a visual adverse effect when visual elements are part of the character-defining features of the property. And what we find in practice with the different SHPOs is it's situation-based. What's the kind of resource? Is it eligible for setting or landscape? But some of them interpret that, if it's even eligible for a historical event, if that tower site is up behind it so that the tower is in the view shed when you're appreciating that historic property, that constitutes an adverse effect. Whereas if it's over your shoulder, you can look at the historic property and appreciate the history that occurred there. If the tower's behind you, that's fine. And that's so not a regional thing, it's a state thing. It's very specific guidance from a particular SHPO. Some consider, looking out from the resource, and I think it's really interesting. We had one SHPO provide a very helpful, how they, working through the whole thinking when we were in, we had a consulting party that was vigorously saying that if it's just plain out there, if you pretend it's scorched earth, maybe the trees will die. Right now they're blocking it, but maybe they will die. And so it's out there within 10 miles of this resource, and so therefore it's an adverse effect. And the SHPO really did sort of help. We had made the argument for our finding of effect. The SHPO then outlined their interpretations of how to apply the criteria of adverse effect, which was in line with the FCC. So it was interesting to see that SHPO work through the thinking and help, in this consultation process with another consulting party. The other thing I forgot to write down on the slide, well, I didn't forget, I just ran out of room. I wanted to make sure it was still legible, was the understanding between, Jackie mentioned this too, that the tribes often view artifact, they don't necessarily believe that the artifact needs to be in preserved stratigraphy or with a feature in order to have importance to them. The FCC's guidelines are that it's an archaeological property that would be a historic property, therefore it would be eligible for the National Register. The tribes, many times, they ascribe cultural importance to those items, whether they're in a context or not. And so we've had requests to even screen backfill piles after, when we have a tower tribal monitoring during construction project. So our sort of traditionally trained perspective on what makes something National Register eligible doesn't always, you're not talking the same language or the same goals or the same understanding. And so it's always good. My mom always jokes, God gave you two ears and one mouth for a reason. It's always good to listen to the other parties in the equation, try and understand their concerns, and find that balance. Here's qualifications. Jackie and Steve, I think everyone's probably talked about that pretty well. I wanted to share a case study on a reasonable good faith effort. This was one where our client came into this scenario, I'm sure thinking this was a slam dunk. This is an LTE swap. Look at this thing. It's covered with antennas. They did have prior compliance for their existing installation, so it seemed like a really simple thing. The bummer is here that once we got into it, we did identify that the building was more than 45 years of age, so SHPO was required. The research identified that the church was National Register eligible, determined through prior consultation. When we started digging in the prior compliance, there was a conditional no adverse effect, and the condition was that you paint the antennas. to match the background color. The FCC was copied on that, and then we actually did find an email from Mr. Del Sordo acknowledging receipt and knowing that discussion had occurred. And actually, Mr. Del Sordo was part of how we pulled together all the prior consultation. Unfortunately, when we submitted this LTE with our client's information on prior consultation, they noted all the other potentially non-compliant installations, so things got a little muddy. Whose is what, and when was it put on, and where's the compliance, and now this is a cumulative adverse effect, and so that turned in a bit of a hornet's nest to sort out, and not, I mean, we work for all the major carriers, so we don't want to get anybody in trouble, but we've got to get this worked out. And the SHPO was really good about just working through the process with us. They'd expressed their concerns. There was a cumulative adverse effect at this point. I think we'd all agree. That poor bell tower is really all messed up. And the faux brick wrap, Road to Good Intentions was paved with faux brick wrap. Anyway, it doesn't work. And the SHPO was very witty in many of their comments, and this one was like, yeah, the faux brick mortar lines and everything don't work. Don't do that again. So as I mentioned, we ended up with a cumulative adverse effect, and we worked with the applicant, the FCC, and the SHPO to show compliance history, to make sure everyone was aware, all parties were aware of the painting plan, and everyone would resolve their installations, make them right. So we ended up being able to get to a conditional no adverse effect again for our client. But here's one where you think going in, like it's going to be simple. It should be simple. There's a lot up there. Surely it's compliant. And then once you start digging in, unfortunately have to keep giving the client a little bit of bad news as it evolves, and then you got to be ready with the solution. And so just working through that process and digging in and hopefully getting a good thing in the end for the client. So that was my presentation.
Yeah.
We have one more question from the West Virginia SHPO, just a clarification. So if a tower is more than 400 feet, let's say it's a 300-foot tower on a 500-foot mountain, we are not limited to the expansion of the APE to 1.5 miles, but could make a better APE within reason that is larger, say 4 or 5 miles, over the valley the mountain overlooks on a case-by-case basis.
That is correct, except for his example of what they could make the APE to. That would be subject to a negotiation among all parties. But yes, the bottom line is, if you want to expand the APE, engage the consultant, engage Jill and myself, and in most cases, it's from that example, it makes perfect sense to expand the APE. And while we're doing West Virginia things, the same source sent a question in about DAS and small cells that I wanted to answer, which is that our policy, and has been for a number of years, the DAS and small cells in a defined area like a neighborhood or a small municipality should be submitted as a single project rather than individually. Most SHPOs tend to like that better anyway. It's easier.
So small cells grouped too? Okay.
Yeah.
And if an agency or a tribe chooses not to receive them bundled, is there agency guidance on what to do about that?
You mean an agency as in a SHPO?
A SHPO or a tribe.
Yeah, you're sort of stuck with doing, because that's the way our rules are written.
Okay.
That projects are individual projects. But I've not encountered any SHPO that has wanted to do them one by one. So
I have.
Well, okay, then I don't know about it. So
I have as well. That was my question. Are you saying both co-locations and new pole DAS installations, or just co-location DAS installations?
I don't want to complicate it with the word co-locations. DAS is small cell projects. I mean, they're co-locations, I understand, but usually are submitted as a single project on a Form 620 or 621, usually 621, if the SHPO permits. And except for Jackie's example, it's been my experience that the SHPOs always agree to it.
We've worked in 3 states where the SHPOs wanted individual forms for for new poles.
All right.
And,
why?
And there's been a mix of new poles and co-locations on existing structures. So they've asked for 620s for the new poles and 621s for the.
Yeah.
Or you could do the other ones on one 621.
Okay. I understand the rationale in the SHPO's mind behind doing a new Form 620 for a new pole. But, that's the small cell installations in an urban area could easily be done on a single form. Are there other questions? Either DAS or small cells, not to change the shift of this particular afternoon session, but on what we've been talking about in terms of the archaeology of communications towers. It's a topic I think all of us, especially the folks that are in the room who are archaeologists, could talk about for hours and hours and hours. But we do need to keep to our agenda schedule. But are there any other questions? Okay. I want to thank the panelists very much for taking the time and effort to put together the slides and coming into DC. I know you were coming anyway, but I do appreciate your willing to present on this particular topic. I found it very useful. I always do find these things very helpful, and so I think that's been good. Jill, do you have any things you want to share?
No, just reiterate your thanks to all of our panelists here and to everyone who watched and sent their questions in, and to Erica.
Oh, and thanks to Steve and Jill and FCC for hosting the workshop today.
Yeah, and I haven't socialized this with anybody inside the agency, but since we've been doing these for the past few years, I don't see any reason why we won't be doing another one next spring, probably in May. So stay tuned for May of 2017. Same location. We'll see what the time brings. And if you have topics that you would like us to explore in those things, let us know. Send me an email. Send Jill an email, or give us a call. I tend to respond better to emails just because I have something I can look at. But let us know if there's a topic you want us to cover. Also, I've talked with a few of you that with specialized needs in terms of training. We have capability here to do some live streaming of webinars and things like that if there's facilities on the other end. We have limited travel money, but sometimes things can be arranged. So if you have a specialized need, let us know, let me know, and we'll see what we can work out. We're always happy to try to do that because we recognize that one of the things that makes this process work a whole lot better, it makes my job easier, makes Jill's job easier, and in fact all the FCC staff, is to get this kind of information and have this kind of dialogue with you all in a sort of a dedicated space rather than trying to do it piecemeal. Because one of the things that the infrastructure team is real good about is reminding each other when we've forgotten about something. And Jill keeps on nudging me when I forget stuff, so it's helpful to have her next door to me.
Thanks, Steve.
Anytime. So we're at our witching hour. It's 4:00, and yes, as Suzanne points out, it is now time for the Joelle Gearing bird and candy test because she volunteered, and unfortunately, you folks on the webinar on the ether, as Jill puts it, can't participate. Well, maybe they could. We could hold up the pieces of candy to the camera, and they could all send in their guesses to what that works as. So, how do you want to do this, Joelle?
We could have people just yell out colors, and I could just pull colors out.
Okay, that works. See, we have fun at the FCC. It's not all business. Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, there's not a lot of colors left. Tell me okay. I'll let you go.
I think you have to sit here, Joelle.
You have to come up here.
Hot seat.
Okay. I've pulled out a green one.
Okay, green. I'm trying to. Let's see, ruby-throated hummingbird, the back of a red-eyed vireo, a female cerulean warbler.
Well, I'm impressed. So what else do we have? We have a world-famous Tootsie Roll.
Tootsie Roll, brown, winter wren, lots of wrens, song sparrow. Let's see, how many more do you want? White-throated sparrow.
Yeah. This was the premium Halloween candy when I was growing up as a
Yes,
kid.
not so
Tootsie
much
Rolls.
anymore.
No, it's not. Yeah. We got red and white mints.
Red and white. Well, red and white together would be a hairy woodpecker, male, pileated woodpecker, male and female, and a downy woodpecker.
Okay.
Yes.
You're good. What else we got there? Let's
Maybe
see.
not much more.
Yeah. I have a sort of a burgundy, pinkish
Yes.
fruit chew.
I would go with rose-breasted grosbeak on that, male.
Okay. All right. Oh, okay. Well, indeed. Let's see.
Not any blue
There's
ones.
nobody ate all the blue ones.
Everybody ate the blue ones.
Yeah.
You don't get a bird if there's an
Orange in
There's
there.
an
There's
orange.
Oh, okay. Yeah, great. Okay.
Yes, hopefully the orchard oriole and American redstart, male.
Okay. And then we have a yellow one.
Yellow, evening grosbeak, American goldfinch. I'll go with that.
Then we have modern Tootsie Roll.
Iridescent silver. I would
okay.
go with probably a male common grackle. They kind of
Okay.
give iridescent.
Oh, okay. All right.
You
Okay.
could go with
Well,
bluish and that too. That might be it.
I think that's it for what we got here.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yay.
Happy Migratory Bird Treaty Centennial, everyone.
That's right. Absolutely. Yes. Yes. And yes. And no more eating migratory birds.
That's right. Well, ducks with a permit. Yes.
Right. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Actually, I understand that they're not very tasty. Yeah.
I like them.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, with that, thank you all for coming. Thank you for paying attention, participating in our silliness in some cases, and we'll see you again next year.